Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy little corner, where the gentle crackling of the fireplace sets the perfect backdrop for this evening's journey into the world of stories. I hope your day was filled with the beauty and freshness of spring. Now, as twilight embraces us, it's time to unwind, for relaxation is the golden path to sweet dreams. Tonight, delightful and calming tales await to carry you into a world of wonder. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening with us. Settle in, feel the warmth, and let your imagination drift into the soothing embrace of our stories. Story 1. The fire crackled, a symphony of settling embers and whispering pine. In its ancient dancing light, the shadows on the cottage walls seemed less like empty shapes and more like memories waiting to be remembered. Tonight, the story is not of far-off kingdoms, but of the kingdom outside this very window. It is a story of roots that run deep into the dark, warm earth, and of remembrance that floats on the night air like the scent of old roses and fresh-turned soil. Our story begins with a young man named Leo, who had come to his grandmother's cottage in the amber heart of autumn, feeling curiously adrift. The city he'd left behind was a symphony of concrete and hurry, and its noise had settled in his bones, leaving a hollow echo. He loved the cottage with its low, beamed ceilings, and the way the old oak tree seemed to embrace it with protective arms, but he felt like a visitor in his own history. His grandmother, Elara, was a quiet woman whose smiles were like the first glimpse of the sun after a long rain. She watched him with knowing eyes, the color of the forest floor. "The wind is telling stories tonight, Leo," she said, settling into her rocking chair by the hearth. Her fingers, knotted and strong like gnarled birch roots, traced the pattern on a quilt draped over her knees. It was an heirloom of magnificent complexity, stitched with a swirling map of constellations, and upon closer look, the silvery shapes of migratory creatures woven into the starry paths. Geese flying along the Milky Way, whales swimming through Orion, and tiny, determined songbirds following lines of stitching that connected star to star. "What stories?" Leo asked, pulling his own chair closer. "Stories of where we come from," she said simply. "And where we are going, the wind remembers everything. Listen." But Leo heard only the sigh of branches. His gaze fell to a small, forgotten object on the mantelpiece, dusted with a fine layer of neglect. It was a wooden music box, carved in the shape of a hollow tree stump. On its lid was an inlaid pattern of a fox and an owl, their forms created from different shades of wood, oak for the fox, ash for the owl. He picked it up, its weight solid and comforting in his hand. "Ah," Elara breathed, a soft sound of recognition. The remembering box. It hasn't sung in a long time. "What does it remember?" Leo asked, turning it over. "Wind it," she said, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "And open it gently." Leo found the small brass key on the underside. He turned it, the mechanism resisting at first, then yielding with a series of soft, reluctant clicks. When he lifted the lid, instead of a tinkling melody, a sound emerged that made his breath catch. It was birdsong, but not one bird, a chorus. The clear piping call of a thrush, the trill of a wren, the melancholy coo of a wood pigeon, woven together into a haunting, beautiful lullaby. As the song played, tiny, delicate carvings of the birds themselves, suspended on almost invisible wires, began a slow, graceful dance above the open box, moving in the air currents as if flying on a phantom breeze. "It is the lullaby of leavings and returns," Elara said, her voice merging with the music. "Every bird in this forest that leaves for winter and comes back in spring, their song is remembered here. Your great-great-grandfather carved the box. Your great-grandmother, who could speak to birds in a way no one else could, she caught their songs in her heart and taught them to the box's mechanism. It is a map, you see, a map made of sound." As the last notes faded, Leo felt a strange stirring in his chest, a longing he couldn't name. That night he dreamed. He stood in a forest he somehow knew was both the one outside and one from long, long ago. The light was silvery, cast by a full moon that painted everything in shades of mercury and shadow. Before him sat a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur held a sheen of starlight, and its eyes were deep pools of calm, ancient knowledge. It did not speak with words, but images bloomed in Leo's mind. A woman with Elara's eyes leaving crumbs of gratitude for the birds each morning. A man with Leo's own strong nose planting an acorn with a whispered promise. A family gathered under this very oak, singing the bird-song lullaby as the stars wheeled above. He woke with the first light, the dream clinging to him like dew. Over a breakfast of porridge sweetened with wild honey, he told Elara of the fox. She nodded, spreading honey on her bread with a slow, deliberate motion. The starlight fox is a guide. It appears when the past wishes to speak to the present. Our family, Leo, has always been keepers of the threshold, the space where the wild world and the human heart meet. It is not a grand title. It is a quiet one. It is remembering. But I don't remember, Leo said, frustration edging his voice. I don't know how to speak to birds or plant promises. I feel disconnected. Elara reached across the table and placed her hand over his. Her skin was cool and papery, like the leaves of the old book of forest recipes that sat on her shelf. Then let us reconnect. Tonight is the night of whispered thanks, a small ritual, one of many that weave the year together. As the day softened into afternoon, Elara began to tell him stories within stories. She told him of his great-grandmother, Aryan One, who could indeed understand the language of birds. It wasn't magic words, Elara explained as they gathered pine cones in a basket. It was stillness. She would sit for hours just listening, her heart as open as an empty nest. The birds told her of weather coming, of lost fledglings, of the best berries in the deep woods. In return, she would always leave the first handful of any seed, the ripest berry from the bush, for them, a gift for a story. That is the covenant. She told him of his grandfather, Bram, who had a falling out with his own brother over the ownership of a parcel of land by the stream. Both were too proud, too hurt, Elara sighed. They stopped speaking, but Bram every evening would go to the stream, not his side, not his brother's side, but the very middle where the water belonged to no one. He would light a small lantern, a tiny boat of light, and set it adrift. He never said it was for his brother, but the fireflies would gather around those lanterns, and the owls would call, and the water would carry the light away, a ritual of release, when his brother fell ill. It was Bram who crossed the stream to sit with him. No words of apology were needed. The lanterns had spoken them all. These nested tales, told under the vast, patient sky, began to work on Leo. They were not instructions, but patterns, like the constellations on the quilt. That evening, as the indigo dusk deepened, Elara brought out 2 small, hand-shaped lanterns made of pierced tin. They placed a single beeswax candle in each, the warm scent filling the crisp air. We light these, Elara said, her voice a soft ritual in itself, to thank the creatures who share this land with us, to remember those who walked here before us, and to whisper hope for those who will come after. We do not own this land, Leo. We are married to it, and a marriage requires gratitude. They walked to the edge of the garden, where the tame world gave way to the wild. Elara lit her lantern from a match, the flame catching with a gentle whoomp. Leo did the same. Together, they hung the lanterns from the low bough of the old oak. The pinpricks of light threw constellations of their own onto the grass below, stars of fox and owl and running deer. Now, Elara whispered, we listen and we give. From a pocket, she produced a cloth pouch. She poured a mix of seeds and crushed nuts into Leo's cupped hands, then into her own. They stood in silence. The world was hushed, expectant. Leo felt foolish for a moment, standing in the dark holding birdseed. But then he remembered the dream fox's eyes. He remembered Aryan One's stillness. He let his breath slow. He listened. First he heard the rustle of leaves. Then a soft thump as a sleek, dark shape landed on a branch above the lantern. An owl, its eyes reflecting the twin flames. It did not hoot. It simply watched. Then came the delicate scuffling in the dry leaves. A hedgehog snuffling towards the base of the oak. High in the tree, a squirrel chittered softly. And then from the berry thicket, one by one, small birds emerged, sparrows and a brave robin with a chest like a captured sunset. They did not take the seed from their hands, not yet. But they gathered close, a silent, feathered court in the lantern light. In that moment, Leo was not thinking of his disconnect, his city worries, or even his family lineage. He was simply present. The cold air on his face, the weight of the seeds, the trusting presence of the creatures. He understood. This was the connection. Not a dramatic revelation of secret powers, but the deliberate, kind action of showing up, of offering thanks, of participating in a cycle older than memory. He scattered his seeds gently at the oak's roots, a whispered offering. "Thank you," he murmured, the words feeling both new and ancient on his tongue. Later, back by the fire, the quilt over their legs, Leo felt a piece he hadn't known was missing. "The stories," he said. "Great-grandmother Arianwen and the birds, grandfather Bram and the lanterns. They're not just stories about them, are they?" Elara smiled, the firelight tracing the pathways of wrinkles on her face, a map of her own joy and sorrow. "No, my dear, they are stories about you. They are the patterns. You choose the threads. When you listened tonight, when you gave thanks, you were weaving your thread into the quilt. You were singing your note into the lullaby. Heritage is not a chest of objects or a list of names in a ledger. It is the choice to light the lantern. It is the kindness of leaving the first berry. It is the courage to set a light adrift on troubled waters. It lives in actions." She pointed to the music box, now sitting clean and cherished on the low table before them. "The box holds the memory of the songs, but the true heirloom," she placed a hand on his chest over his heart, "is the willingness to hear them and to add your own." That night, Leo's sleep was deep and dreamless. But in the thin hour just before dawn, he stirred. He felt compelled to go to the window. Outside, the world was a study in silver and blue. The lanterns had burned out. But there, sitting between them on the oak branch, was the starlight fox. It looked at him, and then it turned its muzzle to the east, where the first pale glow was beginning to bleed into the sky. Then it dissolved, not vanishing, but seeming to melt into the gathering light, becoming part of the dawn itself. Leo knew then that he was not adrift. He was rooted. Rooted in the rituals of gratitude, in the stories told by firelight, in the quiet magic of listening. He was part of a long, gentle line of threshold keepers. His life in the city was not a separate thing. It was simply another part of the forest, a different kind of wilderness where the rituals might be feeding pigeons in a park, noticing the first crocus in a concrete planter, or simply listening, truly listening, to another person's story. The next morning he woke early. He went to the kitchen and, using the old recipe book with its splattered, handwritten pages, he made a batch of honey oat cakes, just as Elara had shown him. He took one still warm and placed it on the flat stone by the berry thicket, the guest stone Elara said had been used for offerings for generations. He didn't see who took it. But that was not the point. As he packed his bag to return to the city, Elara pressed the quilt into his arms. "To remember the constellations," she said. Then she handed him the remembering box. "And to remember the songs." "But these are precious heirlooms," Leo protested. "They are," she agreed. "And so are you. An heirloom is meant to be used, to be loved, to remind. Let the bird-song lullaby remind you of the quiet. Let the constellations on the quilt remind you that you are never lost, only between stars on a long, beautiful journey home." Leo hugged her, the scent of wood smoke and lavender clinging to her shawl. On the train back, the city's skyline growing before him, he felt the weight of the quilt and the box in his bag. But he felt a lighter, stronger weight in his soul. That evening, in his small apartment, with the noise of traffic humming below, he wound the brass key and opened the remembering box. The birdsong lullaby filled the room, a thread of forest peace weaving through the urban air. He spread the quilt on his bed, tracing the silver stitching of the migratory goose with his finger. He went to his window, which looked out onto a narrow alley and a single, stubborn tree fighting its way towards the sky. From his pocket, he took a small handful of seeds he'd saved from Elara's pouch. He opened the window and sprinkled them on the tiny iron balcony. He did not expect anything. It was just an action, a choice, a thread. But as the last note of the music box faded, a single dusty sparrow, bold from city living, landed on the railing. It peeked at a seed, then another. It looked at Leo through the glass, its head cocked. Then it flew away. Leo smiled. He knew the stories were just beginning. And he was ready to listen, to remember, and to add his own quiet, kind chapter to the endless, soothing story that connects root to branch, past to present, and every heart to the ancient, whispering world. Story 2. The fire crackles softly, a symphony of whispering sparks and settling logs. Outside the window, the world is a velvet blanket, and the stars are scattered like grains of silver salt. So draw your own blanket close and let your eyes grow soft, for the tale tonight begins not with a shout, but with a sigh, the sigh of a quiet boy who felt he did not quite fit. His name was Leo, and his world was the old, rambling house at the edge of the village, with its groaning floorboards and its sighs of wind in the chimney. While other children's laughter was loud and bright, Leo's joy was a quieter thing. He found it in the dust motes dancing in a sunbeam, in the intricate map of cracks on a teacup, in the patient way a spider spun her web in the corner of the attic window. He felt things deeply, the sadness of a wilting flower, the loneliness of a single sock left behind, but he seldom had the words to say so. One evening, as a harvest moon hung heavy and orange in the sky, Leo was in the attic, searching for a missing puzzle piece. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and forgotten things. As he moved a stack of hat boxes, something caught his eye. Not with a flash, but with a promise of light. It was tucked behind a trunk, wrapped in a piece of faded indigo cloth. He drew it out. It was a lantern, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was made of what looked like petrified honeycomb, a lattice of deep amber and gold. It had no candle inside, no wick, no oil cup. It was cool to the touch and strangely light. Puzzled, Leo carried it to the attic's dormer window, where the moonlight fell in a silver pool. And there, in the embrace of the moon's glow, the lantern answered. A soft, pulsing light awoke within its core. It was not the harsh white of electricity, nor the frantic yellow of flame. It was the deep, gentle glow of embers in a hearth long after the fire has died to dreams, a warm, ruby-orange light that seemed to breathe. It lit not the room, but the very air around it, painting warmth onto the moonlight. Leo's breath caught. He held the ember lantern, and for the first time the quiet inside him felt not like loneliness, but like a space waiting to be filled with just this kind of gentle, understanding light. That night, as he lay in bed with the lantern resting on his nightstand, its ember glow bathing his ceiling in a constellations of warm dots, he heard a sound. A soft tap-tap-tap at his window. He rose and peered out. There on the branch of the old oak sat a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of twilight, a blend of dusky purple and deep gray, and its eyes held the same ember glow as the lantern. It did not startle or flee. It simply looked at Leo, then down at the garden path, then back at Leo. Heart thrumming a quiet rhythm of adventure, Leo pulled on his sweater, took the ember lantern in hand, and slipped out into the moon-drenched night. The fox waited, then with a graceful leap, descended to the ground. It did not run ahead, but walked beside him, its soft tail brushing occasionally against his leg, a touch as light as a whispered secret. The fox led him not down the village road, but behind the garden wall, to a path Leo had never noticed, a path carpeted with moss so deep and soft it swallowed all sound. They walked in a bubble of quiet, the only sounds the rustle of their passing and the distant, sleepy call of an owl. The ember lantern's light reached out, touching the ferns so they gleamed like polished jade, and catching the dewdrops so they sparkled like tiny lanterns themselves. This was the beginning of the hidden journey. The path wound deeper into the ancient forest that bordered Leo's home, a forest he had always been told was deep and dark. But with the fox and the lantern, it was neither. It was a cathedral of silver birch and strong oak, its ceiling a tapestry of stars seen through tangled branches. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet, cold scent of night flowers. They walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, time flowing like the quiet stream they sometimes heard gurgling nearby. The fox's companionship was a wordless conversation. When Leo felt a twinge of uncertainty, the fox would pause, look back with those glowing eyes, and wait. When Leo marveled at a giant moth with wings like powdered gold, the fox would sit, observing his observation, sharing the moment. Finally, the mossy path opened into a hidden valley. A small, perfectly round lake lay at its heart, a mirror holding the moon captive. Around its edges, things moved, but slowly, gently. Leo saw rabbits with fur like frosted thistledown, moving in a silent, graceful dance. He saw badgers, normally so gruff, sitting peacefully by the water's edge, their stripes painted silver by the moon. Fireflies here did not blink chaotically, but drifted in slow, languid patterns, like slow-motion stars. In the center of the lake, on a tiny island, stood a circle of ancient, smooth stones. And from these stones came a low, soft hum, a vibration that Leo felt in his chest more than heard with his ears. It was the sound of the world dreaming. "This is the Glimmerhold," a voice said, not in words, but in a feeling that appeared fully formed in Leo's mind. It was the fox. She had sat beside him, her gaze on the tranquil scene. A place where the quiet things of the world come to be at peace, where the shy feelings have a shape, and the forgotten wonders remember they are loved. Leo understood then. The ember lantern hadn't chosen him because he was loud or brave in the usual way. It had chosen him because he was the kind of boy who noticed. His quiet wasn't empty, it was receptive. It was a cup waiting to be filled with moonlight and mystery. The fox nudged him gently toward the water's edge. "The stones are worried," she conveyed. "A sadness has seeped in, a forgetting." Leo looked. Now that he focused, he could see it. One of the stones in the circle had a faint gray patch, like a bruise. The hum from that spot was frayed, tinged with a discordant note of loneliness. It was the same feeling he got when he saw a discarded toy or heard an argument through a wall, a feeling of something beautiful being unappreciated, of a connection broken. "What can I do?" Leo whispered the first words he had spoken all night. The fox looked at the ember lantern in his hands. "You already know, you have the light, you have the quiet, listen." So Leo sat on the bank, the ember lantern beside him, its glow mixing with the moonlight on the water. He did what he did best. He observed. He let the quiet inside him expand to meet the quiet of the Glimmerhold. He watched the sad stone, not trying to fix it, just acknowledging it. He thought of all the small, sad things he had ever felt, the loneliness, the feeling of being out of step. He didn't push them away, he held them in his heart, and in doing so, he held the stone's sadness too. And as he did, a wonderful thing happened. The ember lantern's glow intensified, not brightly, but warmly. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. From its latticework, tiny, gentle sparks, not hot, but warm like ideas, floated out. They drifted across the still water, a slow, graceful procession of amber light. They swirled around the sad stone, weaving through the air like benevolent fireflies. Leo, feeling a surge of quiet courage, did one more thing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the very thing he had been looking for in the attic, the single, missing puzzle piece from an old, forgotten game. It was a small blue piece shaped like a star. He didn't think, he simply placed it carefully at the foot of the sad stone, a tiny offering of something once lost. The gray patch on the stone began to shimmer. It didn't vanish, but it transformed, blending into the stone's surface like a memory soothed. The hum from the circle smoothed, becoming whole and harmonious once more, a deep, comforting sound that vibrated through the soles of Leo's feet and filled him with a profound peace. The silent rabbits paused in their dance and turned their heads toward him. The badgers gave slow, deliberate nods. The mystery was solved. The gentle happening was this: the hidden world needed a quiet heart to witness its pain, and a small, kind act to remind it of wholeness. No battles were fought, no spells were shouted. Just a boy, a fox, a lantern, and a puzzle piece. The journey back was lighter. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment. The fox walked close, her fur soft against his hand. As they reached the edge of the garden, the first pale hint of dawn was brushing the eastern sky. The fox stopped and looked up at him. Her ember eyes held a deep fondness. "You will always find the path when you need it," the feeling came. "Your quiet is a door, your noticing is a key. Keep them safe." With a final, gentle nudge, the twilight fox melted into the shadows between the bushes, becoming one with the receding night. Leo slipped back into his house, up to his room. The ember lantern's glow had faded to a mere whisper, just a faint warmth in its core. He placed it carefully on his nightstand, next to the now complete puzzle box. He crawled into bed, the cool sheets a contrast to the lingering warmth in his heart. He did not feel tired, but deeply, utterly rested. He looked at his hands, the same hands that had held the lantern, that had placed the puzzle piece. They were just his hands, but they felt different. They felt connected. Outside, the stars were beginning to fade. The world was turning from silver to gray to the soft gold of morning. Leo's eyes grew heavy. He thought of the glimmerhold sleeping under the rising sun. He thought of the fox curled in some hidden den. He thought of the steady ember glow not outside of him, but now inside him too. A small, warm light that reminded him that his quiet nature was not a flaw, but a rare and beautiful kind of magic. And as sleep finally drew its soft blanket over him, the last thing he knew was a feeling of profound safety, of a puzzle finally complete, of an animal and a boy, curled up safely in their dens, dreaming peaceful dreams under the same wide, kind sky. The fire in the hearth downstairs had crumbled to ashes, but in a small room above, a different kind of ember glowed on, steady and true, lighting the way to gentle, star-dusted sleep. Story 3. On nights when the moon hangs like a great, luminous pearl in a velvet sky, and the world of sun and clamor is tucked neatly away beneath blankets of silence, the ancient forest awakens. Its true life, they say, begins not with dawn's chorus, but with the first silver kiss of moonlight upon its moss-draped brow. It was into such a night that a child, let us call her Anya, found herself drawn. The window of her room had been left ajar, and on the breeze came a scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something like the quiet, papery whisper of old stories waiting to be heard. She slipped from her bed, her feet finding slippers soft as rabbit fur, and followed the scent, past the garden gate whose latch gave a friendly click, and into the waiting embrace of the forest's edge. The path was not one of stone or gravel, but of soft, cool earth and fallen pine needles that cradled each footstep with a gentle shush-shush-shush. Above, the branches of ancient oaks and wise old beeches wove a tapestry that filtered the moonlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the forest floor, like scattered coins of liquid silver. This was the domain of the nocturnal ones. Anya's eyes, adjusting to the gloom, began to see their gentle movements. A hedgehog, its spines dusted with moonglow, trundled slowly between the roots of a great elm, its nose twitching as it conversed with the earth. Snuffle pattered paws. It was a soft, deliberate sound. High in the canopy, a nightjar, plumage the color of tree bark in twilight, let out a soft, churring call that vibrated through the air like a wooden spool unwinding. It was not a song of alarm, but one of contentment, a thread in the fabric of the night's quiet symphony. Anya walked deeper, drawn by the soft, musical giggle of a stream. She knelt beside it, placing a hand on a stone worn smooth by centuries of water's caress. To her surprise, it was warm, humming with a deep, slow memory of suns long past. The water, babbling over a bed of pebbles, seemed to form words. Sleep, dream, flow, it murmured, a liquid lullaby. She understood not with her ears, but with her heart, which had always been soft and open to such secret languages. "You listen well," came a voice, soft and feathered. It was not spoken aloud, but appeared in her mind, clear as a bell. Perched on a low, gnarled branch was an owl. But this was no ordinary owl. Its feathers were the gray of wood smoke and silver frost, and its eyes were vast, deep pools of amber that held whole galaxies of knowing. Around its legs grew tiny, delicate fronds of moss, and a single, luminous blue mushroom, no bigger than a button, glowed softly on the branch beside it. This was Alaric, the elder of the moonlit glade. "The stones and streams speak to those who are still enough to hear," Alaric's thought voice continued. "And the trees, they have the oldest stories of all. Would you like to hear one?" Anya, breath caught in her throat, could only nod. "Then follow the foxfire," Alaric said, and with a whisper of wings so soft it was like a sigh, he took flight. Where his wingtips brushed the air, tiny, floating specks of light, like emerald fireflies but slower, swirled into being, creating a gently bobbing path deeper into the woods. The path led to a clearing Anya was certain had not been there by day. It was a wide, circular space where the canopy opened completely to the star-strewn sky. The air here was cool and sweet, smelling of crushed mint and cold stone. And it was alight with magic. The entire floor was a carpet of moss so deep and soft it invited one to lie down and stare at the constellations. Sprouting from this emerald velvet were hundreds of mushrooms. Some were tiny, glowing with a steady blue light like fallen stars. Others were larger, their caps shimmering with a pulsating green luminescence. Pale, silvery moths, their wings dusted with phosphorescence, danced among them, leaving faint trails of light in their wake. It was a bioluminescent cathedral, silent and breathtaking. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent tree Anya had ever seen. It was an oak, so ancient its trunk was wider than her cottage. Its bark was seamed and folded like the face of a wise, slumbering giant. From its branches hung not just leaves, but curtains of silvery gray moss that swayed in the faintest breeze, and vines that twinkled with minute, crystal-like dewdrops catching the moonlight. This was Grandfather Root, the heart of the forest's memory. Seated around a particularly large, gently pulsating mushroom that served as a table were the forest's gentle counsel. Alaric the owl alighted on a root. A red fox with a coat like burnt autumn leaves and eyes of molten gold lay resting its chin on its paws. A small parliament of bats, faces like kindly, wrinkled old men, hung upside down from a lower branch, listening intently. The hedgehog from the path had arrived, sitting beside a badger whose striped face was solemn and calm. "Welcome, little listener." Grandfather Root's voice was not a sound, but a feeling. It rose from the ground through the soles of Anya's feet, a deep, resonant hum that spoke of deep roots and patient time. "We have been expecting one who hears the stream's song, the balance whispers of a slight tilt, a forgetting." The fox, whose name was Ember, lifted her head. The seasonal threads are fraying, she said, her voice a rustle of dry leaves. The dance between rest and renewal is out of step. The winter spirit lingers in her den, too comfortable in her silence. Without her deep sleep, the spring spirit's blossoms lack their vital strength. A tiny pipistrelle bat called Whisper fluttered down to hover near Anya. The fireflies of high summer dimmed sooner this year, he squeaked, his voice a high, soft chitter. Their lights were less bright. They say the spring spirit's song was faint when she woke. It is a gentle malaise, Alaric mused, turning his great head. Not a storm, but a stagnation, a sigh that has held too long. Anya, feeling small but not afraid, asked, "What can be done?" Grandfather Root sighed, a sound like wind moving through a million leaves. The spirits are shy, they respond not to command, but to remembrance, to invitation. They are drawn to the pure, unadorned echoes of their own essence. The winter spirit dreams in the sound of deep peace. The spring spirit awakens to the promise of new beginnings. An idea, fragile as a moth's wing, touched Anya's mind. Can we remind them, show them what they're missing? Ember the fox got to her feet, her brush waving. A procession, a gathering of the gentle sounds, a tapestry of the forest's own ASMR, woven from corner to corner. It might coax winter from her cave and strengthen spring's resolve. And so, under the watchful stars, the plan was woven. Anya, with her sensitive human heart, would be the thread that connected them all. Their journey began at the northern edge of the clearing, where the air grew crisper. Led by a great, kindly-faced wolf with fur the color of cloud shadow and eyes of gentle twilight, they walked to a cave hidden behind a waterfall. But this waterfall was frozen in time, a sculpture of silent, gleaming ice. This was the den of deep repose. Inside, the winter spirit slumbered, a faint, shimmering form like frost on a window pane. Now, thought Alaric, the badger, whose name was Thistle, began. He gently scratched his claws on a patch of smooth, flat stone outside the cave. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. It was a dry, rhythmic, soothing sound. The hedgehog named Pippin joined, rustling his body through a pile of incredibly dry, curled leaves. Fizz, fizz, fizzle. Whisper and his bat kin fluttered their wings in perfect, soft unison, creating a gentle, papery flutter that echoed in the cavern mouth. Anya, remembering the deep comfort of her own blanket, took a deep breath and let it out in a long, slow sigh of pure contentment. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the frozen waterfall gave the softest crick-crack. A single drop of water, freed from its icy prison, fell with a plink into a stone basin below. The sound was impossibly clear. The shimmering form within the cave stirred, as if turning in its sleep, and a breath of colder, cleaner air, smelling of pine and starry emptiness, sighed out from the den. The first thread had been placed. The council moved on towards the eastern thickets where the first, shy buds should have been strongest. Here the air felt hesitant, thin. This was the grove of first breath. The spring spirit was here, but she was pale like a forgotten daffodil, her energy spent too soon. Her language is one of potential, murmured Ember. This time, Anya knew what to do. She knelt by a tiny, half-frozen brook that trickled through the grove. Cupping her hands, she let the icy water drip, one drop at a time, onto a broad, flat leaf. Plip, plop, plip, each drop was a promise. Alaric from above gently preened his flight feathers, creating a soft, zippery brrrrrip sound. The nightjars who had followed began their rhythmic churring from the shadows, a sound like a gentle, wooden loom weaving the night. Then from her pocket, Anya took a small, smooth acorn she had found on the path. She held it to her ear, then gently tapped it against the stone. Talk. Talk. It was the sound of a tiny heart waiting to beat. A faint, green-gold light pulsed in the thicket. A single determined snowdrop, its white bell glowing in the moonlight, pushed up through the frosty earth with a soft pop of liberated soil. The spring spirit's form gained a subtle warmth, a faint hum like a bee in early clover. The second thread was woven. They traveled south to where the memories of summer lingered. In a hollow they found the last weary fireflies, their lights guttering. The summer spirit was a diffuse warmth, a drowsy hum. To this the creatures offered the sounds of fullness, the crinkling of a dried, sun-warmed leaf Anya crushed gently in her palm, the distant mellow croak of a frog from a moonlit pond, the soft, sizzling sound of countless cricket legs rubbing together, a symphony of heat and life. The firefly's light steadied, then brightened a fraction, weaving among the glowing mushrooms. Finally they went west to where the autumn spirit, a swirl of cinnamon and amber leaves, danced a slow, swirling waltz on the breeze. To her they offered the rustle of bounty, the wind through ripe grain, simulated by Ember swishing her tail through a stand of dry grass, the soft thump of a ripe apple falling into thick moss, and the satisfying crunch as Pippin the hedgehog carefully nibbled on a beetle. Their procession complete, the nocturnal council returned to the starlit clearing. Anya was weary but glowing with a quiet joy. They all sat in a circle around Grandfather Root, simply listening. And the forest spoke. Not with words, but with a healing chorus of natural ASMR. The wind, now picking up, played the branches of the ancient trees like a harp, a low, resonant ooh that rose and fell. The unfrozen waterfall in the north now trickled freely, joining the chorus of the babbling brook to the east. The distant ocean, far beyond the wood, sent a rumor of waves through the stone bones of the earth, a deep, rhythmic shhhhhh. Shhhhhh rain began to fall, but it was a gentle rain, each drop pattering on leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny drums, then dripping to the moss below with soothing plinks. Under this symphony, the magic of the clearing intensified. The bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in time with the cricket song. The silver moths traced glowing patterns in the air. The very starlight seemed to drip from the heavens, caught in the dewdrops on Grandfather Root's moss. Then they appeared. From the north the winter spirit emerged, not as a harsh blizzard, but as a graceful woman of hoarfrost and silence, her gown twinkling with ice crystals. From the east the spring spirit arrived, a youthful figure wreathed in tendrils of green and crowned with blossoms, her smile as bright as a crocus in the sun. They met in the center of the clearing. Winter bowed her head, and from her fingers fell a gentle sprinkle of snowflakes that melted before they touched the ground, each one hissing softly into mist. Spring reached out, and where her fingers brushed the air, tiny, glowing buds appeared on Grandfather Root's branches. There was no grand speech, just understanding, a re-established rhythm. Winter turned, and with a final, contented sigh that smelled of clean, cold air, retreated to her den to resume her necessary sleep. Spring drew a deep breath, her form glowing brighter, and a wave of palpable, gentle energy rippled out through the forest. The buds on the oak shivered, and one burst open with a tiny, velvet pop. The balance was restored. Alaric turned his great amber eyes to Anya. You were the vessel, little listener, the bridge. The human heart, when soft and open, can translate the languages of stone and stream and season. Remember this. The first hint of pearly gray was touching the eastern sky. The nocturnal creatures began to yawn and stretch. Their work was done. It is time for you to return to your own den, rumbled Grandfather Root, his voice warm with affection. Carry the forest's peace with you. Ember the fox nuzzled Anya's hand. Pippin the hedgehog touched her ankle with a cool nose. Whisper the bat brushed her hair with a wing softer than thistledown. They formed an escort, leading her back to the forest's edge. The path of foxfire had faded, but the moon still lit her way. As she reached the garden gate, she turned for one last look. The ancient forest stood dark and still once more. But now she could hear its hidden life, the soft twick of a waking bird, the final, contented chirr of the nightjar, the everlasting, whispered conversation of the stream. And on the breeze she caught the faint, sweet scent of jasmine and of earth ready for renewal. Anya crept back into her room, the soft earth of the forest still clinging to her slippers. She climbed into bed, and as she drifted into sleep, the sounds of the forest played in her mind, the plip of water, the scritch of stone, the shush of moss, the deep ooh of the wind in the trees, a perfect, peaceful ASMR lullaby composed just for her. And outside in the now rosy dawn, the ancient forest settled into its daytime slumber, its magic woven tight once more, its seasonal dance back in its gentle, eternal rhythm, watched over by an owl with galaxy-filled eyes and an oak tree with roots deep in the heart of the world. All was well. All was restful. All was as it should be. Story 4. The attic had always been a place of whispers. Not the scary kind that make you pull blankets over your head, but the gentle, dusty kind. The sigh of old timber settling, the soft flutter of moth wings against a bare bulb, the quiet conversation between forgotten things. It was there, under the slope of the roof, where the moonlight painted silver puddles on the floorboards, that she found the spool. It wasn't much to look at first. Just a simple wooden spool, the kind used for thread, lying in a cedar chest filled with embroidered napkins that smelled of lavender and thyme. But when she picked it up, the moonlight caught it just so, and she saw that it was wound not with thread, but with something like spun starlight, cool and smooth to the touch. And tied to the end of this luminous strand was a tiny, perfectly carved acorn cap. Her breath caught. She gave the strand the gentlest of tugs. From the darkest corner of the attic, where the shadows pooled thickest, came a soft, answering chime. Not a bell exactly, but the sound a dewdrop might make if it could sing, as it fell from a leaf at dawn. A pair of eyes, warm and amber, blinked open in the gloom. A moment later, a rabbit stepped into the moonlight. He was the soft gray of a dove's breast, with ears that seemed to listen to more than just sound. Around his neck, on a cord of woven grass, hung a little lantern no bigger than a thimble, glowing with a soft, buttery light. "You found the guiding spool," the rabbit said, his voice like the rustle of dry pages. "It's been waiting for a gentle pull." "Who are you?" she whispered, her heart a quiet drum in her chest. "I am Linden," said the rabbit. "I am a keeper of the quiet paths. That spool you hold, it does not measure inches or miles, it measures steps of the heart. Would you like to see where it leads? The journey is not long in footsteps, but it may ask for your courage." She looked at the silvery strand, then at Linden's kind eyes. She nodded. Linden lifted his tiny lantern. "Then follow, mind the dust fairies near the trunk, they're sleeping." He turned and hopped toward the shadowy corner. As he did, the shadows there seemed to part, not vanish, but become a different kind of dark, a soft, velvety dark like the inside of a well-tended burrow. A path revealed itself, lined with glowing moss that pulsed gently, thrum-thrum, like a heartbeat. The air grew cool and sweet, smelling of damp earth and ancient roots. This was the beginning of the journey. Her slippers made no sound on the moss. The only noises were the soft swish-swish of Linden's paws ahead, the occasional chime from the spool as it unraveled, and a distant, comforting drip-drip of water echoing through the earth. The path sloped gently down, winding between great, smooth stones that felt warm to the touch. Soon the tunnel opened into a vast, round chamber. It was a library, but unlike any other. The walls were roots, intricately woven into shelves that groaned under the weight of books bound in bark and fungus. In the center, at a desk made from a giant toadstool, sat a very old, very stout badger. He was wearing spectacles perched on the end of his nose, and was muttering to himself as he stared at a scroll. "Ah, Linden," the badger boomed, his voice echoing in the chamber. He peered at her. "And you've brought a spoolwalker, splendid, splendid. I am Tavish, chronicler of root and rain." He leaned forward, his spectacles slipping further. Now where was I? I was looking for him. The thing for the, oh dear, it's gone again. What have you forgotten, Tavish? Lyndon asked, his voice patient. The word, Tavish exclaimed, tapping his forehead with a heavy paw. The most important word for the evening, the one that keeps the spring in the underground brook bubbling in the right key. Without it, the brook gets melancholy, and then the mosses sigh, and the whole network gets the damp blues. I had it written down. He began frantically shuffling through piles of leaves on his desk. She watched him, feeling a pang of sympathy. She looked around the cozy, lantern-lit chamber. A cup of forgotten tea steamed by his elbow. She saw a single shimmering word, not written in ink but formed from a twist of glowing lichen, sitting atop a pile of books titled Songs of Subterranean Streams. She carefully picked it up. It felt warm and hummed softly in her hand. Is this it? She asked softly, holding it out. Tavish squinted, then his whole face lit up. Harmonium, yes, that's the one. Bless your observant eyes, child. He took the word gently and breathed upon it. The lichen word glowed brighter, and from deep within the earth they heard a faint, cheerful change in the drip, 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 turning it into a delicate, tinkling melody. There all is in tune. Now you're on the quiet path, I see. That means you'll be needing to pass through the glimmer green. Best take the higher route. The lower path is perfectly safe, of course, but it's Tuesday, and the stones on the lower path like to recite melancholy poetry on Tuesdays. It can be rather dampening for the spirit. Thanking Tavish, they continued on, the spool steadily unraveling. The tunnel grew warmer, and the smell of earth changed to the rich, green scent of growing things. The mossy walls gave way to crystalline formations that glittered in Lyndon's lantern light. They emerged not into open air, but into an immense, silent greenhouse built inside a cavern. Giant ferns unfurled like sleepy green cats, and flowers the color of dreams bloomed without sun. In the center, curled around a pool of clear water, was a dragon. But this was no fearsome beast of legend. This dragon was small, about the size of a sheepdog, with scales the delicate green of a new leaf and wings like frosted cobwebs. It was hiding its face behind a translucent wing. Lyndon approached quietly. Thistle, he said. A shy, smoky whisper came from behind the wing. Is someone there? It's Lyndon, and a friend walking the quiet path. The wing lowered just a fraction, revealing one large, luminous eye the color of a peridot. Oh, hello, I was just polishing my scales. A faint, warm glow like sunlight through a leaf emanated from the dragon's chest, a soft, pulsing light of contentment and shyness combined. Thistle is the heart of the glimmer green, Lyndon explained quietly to her. Her gentle warmth helps everything here grow, but sometimes the world outside feels too loud and bright. She knelt down, careful not to startle the shy creature. It's very beautiful here, she said. It feels safe. Thistle's other eye appeared. You think so? I worry the glow moths find my light too dim. Just then a cluster of the very moths in question, creatures with wings like chips of moonstone, drifted down and settled on Thistle's back, their light mingling with hers. She let out a soft, rumbling purr that made the petals on the nearest flowers tremble with delight. They seem to like it just as it is, she said softly. Thistle's glow brightened a little, not in a flash, but in a slow, warm wave that filled the greenhouse with a soothing amber light. Thank you, the dragon whispered. The path ahead there is a bridge. It's not broken, but it has forgotten what it's made of. It only remembers gaps. Listen to what the water beneath it says. With that advice and a friendly flicker from Thistle's snout, they moved on. The spool was half unwound now. The path began to climb, and the sound of running water grew louder, a swift, chattering stream. Soon they reached it. The bridge was as Thistle had said, an elegant, arched thing of pale stone, but it looked insubstantial, as if it were trying to remember its own shape. Gaps of darkness seemed to open and close along its span. Linden paused. "This is the challenge. The bridge is not unsafe, but to cross it, you must help it remember its strength. It listens to the stream." She sat on a smooth rock by the bank, the spool in her lap. She closed her eyes, as she had done when listening for the attic whispers. She pushed aside the first flutter of fear, the fear of the gaps. She listened past her own heartbeat. There was the water, chatter-rush, chatter-rush. It sounded busy, frantic even. But as she listened deeper, she heard another sound underneath, a deep, steady hum-mum. It was the sound of the stones in the stream bed, of the enduring earth that held the water's course. It was a song of permanence, of support. She opened her eyes, walked to the very foot of the bridge, and did not step onto it. Instead, she hummed. She hummed the low, steady note she had heard from the stones. It felt clumsy in her throat at first, but she kept at it, matching the deep vibration of the earth. The shivering gaps in the bridge slowed their appearing and disappearing. The pale stone seemed to drink in the sound. It grew more solid, its arch more sure. The humming of the stream's bed seemed to rise up into the bridge itself. Without a word, Linden hopped onto it, his tiny lantern light steady. She followed, humming all the while. Her feet met solid, unwavering stone. The bridge remembered it was made not just of rock, but of the song of the earth that held it. They crossed without a single stumble. On the other side, the path ended at a small, round door set into a hill, woven from living willow branches. The spool was nearly empty, just the last few loops around the wood. Linden sat back on his haunches. "This is where your strand leads. My path goes elsewhere now. But remember, the way back is always in the acknowledgement of what you've found." She took a deep breath and pushed the willow door. It swung open without a sound. Inside was a room that felt both utterly new and deeply familiar. It was a mirror of her own bedroom, but transformed by the journey. The moon now shone not just through the window, but seemed to live in the air, a soft silver haze. The shadows in the corners were no longer vague and shapeless, but held the friendly, sleeping forms of dust fairies. The quilt on her bed looked like a map of the mossy paths she'd walked. And sitting on her pillow, washing a paw with immense dignity, was a large, fluffy cat she'd never seen before. Its fur was the exact gray of Linden's, and its eyes held the same amber wisdom. "You're back," the cat purred, a sound like a crackling fireplace. "I'm Juniper. I keep the secrets of this side of the door." "What was the journey?" she asked, sitting on the edge of her bed. The spool in her hand was just a simple wooden spool again, the silvery strand gone. "A journey of the heart," Juniper said, curling up beside her. "You measured your courage in stillness when you listened for Tavish's word. You measured it in kindness when you spoke to Thistle. You measured it in trust when you sang to the bridge. The spool simply gave it a path to walk." The cat's purr grew deeper, a vibration that seemed to settle into the very walls of the room. "The extraordinary secret is that the quiet, kind heart is the most magical item of all, and it can be found in the most ordinary of places, right here in your own chest. Now the attic will always whisper, the badger will always forget his words, the dragon will always glow, and the bridge will remember your song. And I," Juniper said, nudging her hand with a soft head, "will be here, purring at the door between waking and dreaming." Outside, a soft rain began to fall, pitter-pattering on the roof like 1,000 gentle paws. The moon haze in the room glowed a little brighter. She placed the empty spool on her nightstand, slipped under the quilt that smelled of moss and starlight, and let Juniper's purring fill the quiet. The journey was over. The adventure, she understood as her eyes grew heavy, had just become part of her everyday world. And there was no sweeter, safer, cozier place to be than right here, with the memory of moss underfoot, the chime of a dewdrop in her ears, and a guardian cat purring a lullaby woven from courage and quiet, leading her gently into soft, deep, and dreamless sleep. Story 5. In the deep and dreaming heart of the world, there lay an ancient forest. It was a place where time did not march, but rather swayed like a branch in a slow summer breeze. The trees were grandfathers and grandmothers of the earth, their bark etched with stories older than kingdoms, their roots intertwined in a silent, steadfast conversation deep below the soft, dark soil. And when the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of plum and lavender, the forest did not sleep. It simply changed its voice from the bright chatter of day to the soft, secret whispers of the night. This was a story known only to a few, to the soft-hearted animals who padded on velvet paws, and to the rare, sensitive children who, in their quietest moments, could feel the murmur of the world through their windowsills. One such child was a boy named Leo, who lived in a cottage where the forest's edge kissed a wildflower meadow. From his small, moonlit window, he would watch the distant tree line, not with fear, but with a longing he could not name. He felt the forest's breath in the wind that rustled his curtains. He heard its invitation in the distant, melodic hoot of an owl and the rhythmic cheer-up of crickets weaving their nightly symphony. One autumn evening, when the air was crisp with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, and a harvest moon hung heavy and gold in the sky, Leo felt a pull so strong it was like a gentle hand tugging his heart. Slipping from his bed, he wrapped a woolen blanket around his shoulders and stepped out into the silvered night. The meadow grass, heavy with dew, glittered beneath his feet like a pathway of scattered diamonds. Without a second thought, he walked towards the trees. As he crossed the threshold under the great, arching boughs of an oak, the world transformed. The moonlight, which had been broad and generous in the meadow, now filtered down in slender, silver spears, illuminating pockets of wonder. Moss-covered stones, plump and emerald green, glowed with a damp inner light. Leo's bare feet sank into a carpet of fallen leaves, a tapestry of burgundy, gold, and rusty orange that released a sweet, earthy perfume with every step. He had not gone far when he heard it, not with his ears, but with the very center of his being. A soft, bubbling chuckle that seemed to rise from the ground itself. He knelt beside a small, crystal-clear stream that gurgled over smooth, water-worn stones. He placed his palm on the damp earth beside it, and a feeling of pure, cool joy bubbled up through his fingers. "You have listening feet," the stream seemed to whisper, its voice the sound of water over pebbles. "Walk softly and you will hear." Encouraged, Leo went on. A rustle in a thicket of ferns revealed not a monster, but a small, snuffling hedgehog, her eyes like black beads in the moonlight. She paused, her spine softened by the silver glow. "Good evening," Leo whispered. The hedgehog blinked slowly. "The earth is dreaming of winter," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves tumbling. "But the dreams are not yet deep. Follow the fireflies, they remember the way to the starlight clearing," and with that she trundled off, disappearing into the shadows. As if summoned, a soft, yellow-green light pulsed in the air nearby. Then another and another. Soon a dozen gentle lights bobbed around Leo, weaving a dancing, luminous path deeper into the woods. They led him past giant foxgloves that stood like silent purple bells, past the ghostly, pale trunks of birch trees, and into a clearing he never could have found alone. It took his breath away. The clearing was a wide, round bowl of soft grass, open to the star-strewn sky. But it was the ground that shimmered. Hundreds upon hundreds of tiny mushrooms, no bigger than his thumb, dotted the earth. They were not ordinary mushrooms, their caps glowed with a gentle bioluminescence, soft blues, radiant greens, and warm, buttery yellows. They pulsed faintly, in time with the distant heartbeat of the forest. Among them, moths with wings dusted in what looked like powdered moonstone fluttered silently, adding their own delicate light to the display. It was a carpet of living stars. In the very center of the clearing stood the most ancient tree Leo had ever seen. It was an oak, so vast its trunk would take 10 children holding hands to circle. Its branches, some thick as cottage beams, sprawled out to cradle the sky. Moss and silvery lichen draped from its boughs like a wise, old beard. And nestled in a great fork where 2 mighty limbs met was an owl. This was no ordinary owl. He was as large as a shepherd dog, his feathers the color of storm clouds and aged parchment. His eyes, when they opened, were vast, deep pools of amber, holding the patience of countless seasons. He did not hoot, he simply observed, and his presence filled the clearing with a profound, peaceful silence. "Welcome, little listener," the owl said. His voice was not a sound, but a vibration that Leo felt in his bones, low and resonant like distant thunder or the deepest note of a wooden flute. "You have heard the whispers, few do in these loud times. I am Elara, this is my watch." Leo, his voice small with awe, managed to speak. "It's beautiful, everything is talking, the stream, the hedgehog. All things speak," Elara intoned, his great head tilting. "The trees speak of the sun they have stored and the rain they have drunk. The stones speak of slow time and unwavering strength. The wind carries stories from over the mountains. You have simply remembered how to listen." As Leo sat on a soft, mossy hump at the base of the great oak, the nocturnal citizens of the forest began to gather, drawn by the presence of a listening human. A vixen with a coat like burnished copper and eyes of molten gold slipped from the shadows, 3 sleepy kits stumbling behind her. A family of badgers, their striped faces solemn, waddled into the edge of the light. Bats performed their silent, zigzag ballet high above, their clicks painting a picture of the night air only they could see. A nightjar camouflaged perfectly against the leaf litter, opened its wide, soft beak, and let out a churring call that vibrated through the clearing. They did not crowd him, but simply existed in his presence, a parliament of the gentle night. A great wolf, his fur the gray of winter twilight, padded to the edge of the glowing mushrooms. He did not snarl, but offered a slow, deliberate blink from eyes that held a weary, ancient kindness. "The forest is worried," the vixen said, her voice a husky, warm rustle. She curled her tail around her kits. "The cycles feel thin, the autumn leaves fall, but their song is hurried. The winter dreams feel restless." The ancient owl, Elara, shifted on his perch. A shower of dust, smelling of dry wood and thyme, drifted down. "The connection weakens," he rumbled. "The great language is being forgotten. The streams feel fewer listening feet. The stones feel only hurried boots. The moon shines, but fewer eyes look up to gather its stories." Leo felt a pang of sadness, deep and true. What can be done? Elara's amber eyes seemed to capture the very moonlight. "The magic is not in grand spells, little listener. It is in the attention. It is in the quiet witness. Each season holds its own key to the great conversation." He then began to weave a tale with his resonant voice, and as he spoke, the very clearing seemed to breathe with the story. "In the deep of winter," Elara said, and the air grew still and cold, though not unkindly. The bioluminescent mushrooms dimmed to a deep blue pulse, like a sleeping heart. Leo imagined the animals in their dens, the hedgehog in her nest of dry leaves, the badgers in their deep earthen set, the bears in their caverns, all breathing slow, dreaming the forest's dreams. The magic here was one of rest, of stories turned inward and saved. "The silence is not empty," the owl whispered. "It is full of waiting tales." "Then comes spring," Elara continued, and a warmth seemed to seep back into the air. The mushrooms glowed a tender, hopeful green. Leo heard in his mind the delicate plink of snow melt into the stream, the first brave chirp of a peeper frog. He saw the blossoms on the blackthorn trees, like a mist of white stars against the dark branches. "The magic is one of awakening," said the owl. "A single whispered secret from a bud can become a symphony of leaves." Summer, a lurin hummed, and the clearing felt lush and full. The mushroom lights blazed a joyful, gold-tinged white. Leo pictured the dappled sunlight on the forest floor, the hum of bees, the dance of the very fireflies that had led him here, now celebrating the long, warm nights. The magic is one of abundance and light. Stories are told in the buzz of wings, in the heavy scent of honeysuckle, in the gentle crash of distant waves carried on the wind to the highest leaves. And now autumn, alluring finished, his gaze sweeping over the present, rustling clearing. The magic is one of release and gratitude. The trees let their leaves fall in a final, glorious shout of color. They are not dying, they are telling one last, beautiful story before they rest. The squirrels listen, gathering the nuts. The wind listens, carrying the seeds. The great wolf by the mushrooms let out a soft sigh, like wind through pines. But the gratitude grows faint, the release feels fearful, not generous. Leo looked around at the circle of gentle, watchful faces, illuminated by starlight and soft, living glow. He understood. The forest's worry was a loneliness. Its language was fading from lack of listeners. What if, Leo said, his small voice steady in the vast night, what if I helped them remember, the children, we could listen, we could learn. Alurin's eyes closed slowly, then opened. In their amber depths, Leo saw a reflection of the Milky Way. That, the owl said, is the oldest magic of all, the magic of passing it on. It begins with one. It begins with a story told beside a crackling fire, with a moment spent listening to the rain on the leaves instead of turning away. It begins with noticing the first frost on a spider's web, or the determined green shoot in the last of the snow. The owl spread one vast, silent wing, pointing a primary feather towards the eastern edge of the clearing. The key now lies in the heart of the season. Find the last leaf on the whispering ash, catch its story as it lets go. Bring that story back here to the starlight clearing and the cycle will be strengthened, but you must go alone with only a listening heart for company. Leo nodded, his blanket snug around him. He followed the direction of the owl's wing, leaving the safety of the glowing clearing. The path was darker now, the moonlight fragmented. He walked slowly, letting his feet feel the cool earth. He heard the drip, drip, drip of moisture from a rocky overhang, a slow, natural ASMR that calmed his pulse. He heard the wind move through the high pines, a long, soothing shh, as if the forest itself was soothing him. He found the whispering ash standing apart in a small, rocky hollow. It was a slender, elegant tree, its silvery bark almost glowing. And there, on the very tip of its highest, thinnest branch, fluttered a single, perfect, golden leaf. All around it, the ground was carpeted with its fallen siblings. Leo sat at the base of the tree, his back against the cool bark. He looked up. He did not pluck the leaf. He simply waited and listened. He listened to the tree's quiet sigh. He felt through the bark the slow, deliberate pull of sap retreating to the roots. He heard the leaf's own tiny song, a crisp, papery rustle that spoke of sunlight captured and transformed, of birds that had perched, of rains that had washed it clean. It was a song of a life fully lived. A gentle, cooler breeze swept through the hollow. It tousled Leo's hair and caressed the ash. The last leaf trembled. It held on for one more moment, singing its final, silent note of gratitude to the branch, to the sky, to the earth below. Then, with a grace that brought tears to Leo's eyes, it released its hold. It did not simply fall. It danced. It spun in a slow, twirling waltz on the breeze, catching a beam of moonlight so it looked like a falling piece of the moon itself. Swish, swish, crinkle, crinkle, sigh. It landed with the softest imaginable sound, right in the center of Leo's open palms. The story flooded into him, not in words but in pure feeling. A cycle completed, a job done with beauty, a peaceful return. It was a feeling of perfect rightness. Clutching the leaf gently, he made his way back, the forest feeling more familiar now, as if he recognized individual trees as friends. When he returned to the starlight clearing, all the animals were still there, waiting. He walked to the center, where the oldest roots of the great oak broke through the earth. He knelt and laid the last leaf upon a patch of velvety moss. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the leaf began to glow with a soft, internal gold light, matching the mushrooms around it. The light spread, seeping into the moss, traveling down the roots, pulsing through the network of glowing fungi, until the entire clearing thrummed with a warm, golden radiance. A collective sigh of relief and joy moved through the animals. The great wolf bowed his head. The vixen nuzzled her kits. The bats above swooped in a graceful, celebratory arc. Alurin the owl spread both his magnificent wings, casting a benevolent shadow. "The story is remembered," he declared, his voice rich with satisfaction. "One listener has borne witness, the thread is strengthened. Sleep now, little listener, your part is done for tonight. Carry this quiet with you." As if on cue, Leo felt a wave of deep, pleasant weariness. The fireflies regrouped, gathering around him. The owl nodded once and the procession began, escorting Leo back the way he had come. The journey back was a blur of gentle lights and softer shadows, the sounds of the forest, the babbling brook, the crickets, the distant, lulling shush of wind in the treetops, now a familiar lullaby. Before he knew it, he was standing at the edge of the meadow, his cottage a dark, cozy silhouette against the starry sky. The fireflies and glow moths hovered for a moment, then, one by one, winked out or fluttered back into the woods. The last to leave was a single bright firefly that traced a glowing circle around his head before disappearing. Leo slipped back into his room, the cold of the night air still on his skin, but his heart was warm. He placed the golden leaf, now just an ordinary, beautiful leaf, on his windowsill. He climbed into bed, and as his head touched the pillow, he heard one last, distant call, the deep, resonant hoo-oh hum of Alurin, a sound felt more than heard, saying good night. Outside, a soft rain began to fall, pattering a gentle rhythm on the roof and on the countless leaves of the ancient forest. Plink, patter, whisper, sigh. It was the sound of the world telling its stories, uninterrupted, eternal. And Leo, the little listener, drifted into a sleep full of dreams of dappled clearings, kind amber eyes, and the soft, glowing light of understanding, knowing that he was now, and forever, part of the great, whispering conversation. Story 6. In the quiet, velvety hours when the moon hung like a silver locket in the sky, and the world seemed to be holding its breath, there lived a young person named Tam. Tam dwelled in a cottage of honey-colored stone at the edge of the Whisperwood, a place where the trees sighed old secrets and the brooks sang lullabies over smooth, dark stones. Tam was a quiet soul, with a heart that felt things so deeply it sometimes ached, and a mind that wondered if they would ever find the place where they truly belonged. They often felt like a puzzle piece from a different box, gently curved where the world seemed straight, softly colored where everything else was bright. Their most cherished times were the evenings, sitting by the hearth as the fire crumbled into embers, listening to the distant, mysterious sounds of the forest. But Tam noticed something peculiar happening, as subtle as the first star appearing at twilight. It began with their ears. They didn't grow pointed or change shape, but they began to hear things no one else could. The usual chirp of a cricket became a complex, chattering conversation about the dewdrops on the grass. The wind through the pines wasn't just a rustle. It was a mournful, beautiful ballad about mountains it had crossed and valleys it had caressed. At first it was overwhelming, a cacophony of secret languages that made Tam want to cover their ears and hide under their quilt. One such evening, feeling particularly adrift in this sea of whispers, Tam wrapped a soft shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the moonlit garden behind the cottage. It was a humble plot, mostly sleeping under the autumn chill, with a few stubborn asters holding up their purple heads like brave little soldiers. As Tam stood there, a single tear, born of lonely confusion, traced a warm path down their cheek and fell onto the dark soil. Where it fell, something magical happened. A tiny, delicate sprout, no bigger than a sewing needle, pushed through the earth. It unfurled 2 leaves that shimmered with a light that was not of the moon, but of something warmer, something like understanding. From that night on, a small, enchanted garden began to grow around that spot, a garden that answered not to the sun or the rain, but to the quiet weather of Tam's heart. This is when the mentor appeared. Tam first saw him as a silhouette against the moon, a great, tufted shape perched on the garden's lone, gnarled apple tree. It was an owl, but unlike any Tam had ever seen. His feathers were the color of storm clouds and aged parchment, and his eyes were vast, deep pools of amber that held the patience of centuries. He did not hoot, but when he blinked slowly, Tam heard a voice as soft as drifting thistledown in their mind. The heart that hears the world's whisper is a heart that the world wishes to speak to, the owl thought spoke. Do not fear the symphony, little one, learn its melodies. Tam named him Solas, which meant light in the old tongue, for his presence felt like a lantern in the growing dark of their confusion. Solas did not offer grand speeches or easy answers. He appeared in moments of stillness, offering a single, perfect feather that glowed with a soft inner light on nights Tam felt particularly lost, or simply sitting in companionable silence, his presence an anchor. Guided by Solas's quiet assurance, Tam began to tentatively explore their new connection. They started with small victories, as tiny and significant as the first green shoot in their heart garden. One afternoon they saw a young rabbit, quivering under a hawthorn bush, separated from its warren. Before, Tam would have walked by with a sympathetic sigh. Now they knelt. They didn't know the words, but they let their own feeling of gentle concern flow out, a wordless song of safety. The rabbit's nose stopped twitching in fear. It looked at Tam, then hopped slowly forward and nuzzled their hand before darting away home. In the garden, a cluster of silver-blue flowers, the color of a rabbit's winter coat, bloomed instantly. The bloom of first courage, Tam thought. Another day, Tam, who had always been shy, finally apologized to the baker's son for a misunderstanding over a loaf of bread weeks prior. The words were clumsy, but they were true. That evening, a patch of fragrant thyme, known for healing and forgiveness, spread its green carpet in a corner of the magical plot. And as Tam's confidence grew, so too did other gentle changes manifest. Their hair, once a plain brown, began to hold streaks of a soft, dawn-like gold where the moon touched it. When they felt a surge of joy, perhaps at seeing a family of foxes play at dusk, a faint, pearlescent glow would dance just under their skin, like sunlight caught in milk before fading away. Their footsteps, once hesitant, became lighter, and their shadow seemed to sway with a new, quiet rhythm, like a tale expressing a contentment they were only just learning to name. The heart garden flourished in tandem. Fireflies drawn from the depths of the whisperwood took up residence there. They were not ordinary fireflies. Their light pulsed in time with Tam's understanding. When Tam patiently listened to an old badger grumble about his aching bones and then fetched him some soothing mint from the garden, the fireflies glowed a steady, compassionate gold. When Tam finally admitted to themselves a long-held dream of learning the stars' stories, the fireflies swirled in a constellation of hopeful, silvery white. Solas watched all this from his perch. "You are not changing into something new," he murmured one night as Tam marveled at a new vine that had spiraled up the cottage wall, bearing crystal-like buds. "You are remembering what you have always been. A shell does not create the pearl, it merely provides the quiet space for it to form." The world itself seemed to affirm this. The colors of the sunset over the whisperwood began to shift with Tam's self-acceptance. On days of doubt, the sky would blade into melancholic purples and deep blues. But on days when Tam felt a flicker of inner peace, the horizon would blaze with impossible, gentle hues. the pink of a seashell's heart, the soft green of new moss, the peach gold of a contented sigh. The greatest challenge came with the first deep frost. A coldness settled not just in the air, but in Tam's spirit. A wave of the old loneliness returned, the feeling of being an outsider in their own skin. The magical garden seemed to hibernate, the flowers closed, the fireflies dimmed to mere embers. Tam retreated to their cottage, feeling like a failed seed that would never sprout. They curled by the hearth, watching the logs burn down, feeling their own light guttering. It was then, in the deepest quiet of the night, that Solas landed on the windowsill. In his beak he carried not a feather, but a small, plain, brown cocoon, fastened to a bare twig. He placed it carefully on the table beside Tam's chair. Inside this humble house, Solas thought, his amber eyes gentle, there is a creature that does not know it has wings. It knows only darkness and the slow, patient work of becoming. It does not fight the dark, it trusts it. For the dark is not an end, it is the nest where new beginnings are woven. Tam looked at the cocoon, a small, fragile vessel of immense potential. They understood. They had been trying to force a bloom in winter. Some transformations required a den, a nest, a period of quiet gathering. They stopped fighting the sadness. They simply sat with it, wrapped in their shawl, watching the cocoon. They tended the dormant garden not with expectation, but with quiet care, covering the roots with leaves, whispering thanks to the sleeping plants. And in that stillness, the final, most beautiful change occurred. Tam's hearing, which had once been a storm of voices, settled into a profound harmony. They could now choose what to listen to. They could tune into the deep, slow song of the sleeping earth, a lullaby of roots and stones. They could hear the patient heartbeat of the cocoon on the twig. It was not about controlling the magic, but harmonizing with it. Their own inner glow, which had been sporadic, now settled into a constant, soft radiance, like the gentle luminescence of moonstones, visible only in the softest light. It was the light of a self that was no longer at war with itself. The thaw came soft and gradual. One morning, Tam walked into the garden. The frost was retreating, leaving diamonds on the spider webs. And there, on the apple tree branch beside Solas, the cocoon trembled. With a delicate tearing sound, a creature emerged, damp, crumpled, and utterly new. It was a moth, but its wings were not dull brown. They were dusted with a pattern that mirrored the night sky, with specks that shone like tiny stars, and edges fringed with the same pearlescent glow Tam now carried. As the moth stretched its wings for the first time, drying them in the weak sun, the heart garden erupted. It was not a violent explosion, but a slow, breathtaking unfurling. Every flower that had ever bloomed for a moment of courage, kindness, or understanding returned tenfold. The asters were now galaxies of purple and white. The thyme was a fragrant, buzzing haven for bees. Vines heavy with crystal blossoms chimed in the breeze. The fireflies awoke, and their light was now a permanent, soft lantern glow woven through the leaves. And the animals came. The rabbit with its family, the old badger, the foxes, birds of every feather, and shy creatures from the deep whisperwood, a hedgehog, a fawn with dappled sides, a family of mice. They did not speak in human words, but in feelings, in images, in a shared, peaceful silence that was the truest language of all. Tam stood among them, their moon-glow skin and dawn-streaked hair just another natural wonder in the tapestry, their presence a calm center in the vibrant circle. Solas flew down and landed on a moss-covered stone beside Tam. "The cocoon is empty," he said aloud, his voice a soft, real hoot now that Tam could understand perfectly. "The seed has become the forest, the shell has revealed the pearl. This garden is not just of your heart, little one, it is your heart, and look how it welcomes the world." Tam looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the blooming, luminous garden, at the moth now flitting on starry wings to land softly in their hair. They felt a profound sense of belonging, not to a single place, but to the very rhythm of life, the slow beat of growth, the patient turn of seasons, the gentle courage of becoming. The finale was not an ending, but the sweetest of beginnings. Tam knew now that their journey of self-discovery was not a path to a destination, but a garden to be tended forever. They would wake each day to listen, to learn, to grow. They would be a keeper of stories for the animals, a tender of the heart garden, a student of the stars with Solas as their guide. The cottage at the edge of the Whisperwood was no longer just a house. It was a hearth for wonder, a den for dreams, a nest for a spirit that had finally grown its wings. As the new moon rose, a shy sliver of silver in the vast, accepting sky, Tam sat on the garden bench with Solas on one side and the starry moth on the other, surrounded by their sleeping animal friends. The fireflies pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, mirroring the calm breath of the forest and the resting heartbeat of every living thing there. And Tam smiled, ready for the next gentle chapter, their own soft light mingling with the starlight, a quiet testament to the beautiful, patient metamorphosis that had always been and would always be their truest magic. Story 7. Now, settle in, my dear listener. Draw your blanket a little closer and let your eyes grow soft, for the fire is crackling just so, and the night outside our window is a deep, velvet blue, scattered with the quiet diamonds of far-off stars. Tonight the tale we shall follow is one of a hidden world, a gentle mystery, and a light that glows like captured embers in the palm of your hand. Our story begins not so very far away, in a house that sat at the very edge of a great, whispering forest. In this house lived a child named Kaylin, who had a heart full of questions, and a mind that often felt like a restless bird, fluttering against the bars of the everyday. Kaylin felt things deeply. The sigh of the wind through the pines was a story, the pattern of frost on the window pane was a secret map. But sometimes this sensitivity made Kaylin feel separate, a little lonely, as if they were listening to a beautiful song that no one else could hear. In the highest part of the house was an attic, a place of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and shadows that clung to forgotten trunks. It was there, one afternoon when the rain pattered a soft rhythm on the roof, that Kaylin made a discovery. Behind a wardrobe that smelled of cedar and old roses, their fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a lantern, but unlike any lantern they had ever seen. It was made of what seemed like aged copper, etched with delicate patterns of vines and crescent moons. And inside, instead of a candle stub, rested a single, perfect stone that glowed with a gentle, pulsing light, the color of warm honey and hearth embers. As Kaylin lifted it, the light within swelled softly, illuminating the attic with a cozy, amber radiance. It felt comforting in their hands, a small, warm heartbeat against their skin. That night, unable to sleep, Kaylin took the lantern to their window. The moon was a silver sliver, and the forest was a sea of darkness. But as Kaylin held up the lantern, something extraordinary happened. The ember light within stretched out, not as a beam, but as a shimmering, golden path that spilled from the window, across the garden, and disappeared into the tree line. It was an invitation, written in light. With a heart that beat a curious drum, Kaylin put on soft-soled shoes and a warm cloak, and stepped out into the silver-kissed night. The golden path was cool and insubstantial underfoot, like walking on solidified moonlight. It led them into the forest, where the world transformed. The ordinary oaks and beeches now seemed taller, their leaves rustling with a language of soft clicks and sighs. Foxfire mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent blue at the bases of trees, and the air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet, like blooming night flowers. Kaylin walked until the path ended at the roots of an ancient, enormous willow tree. Its branches swept the ground like a curtain of liquid silver in the moonlight. And there, sitting perfectly still, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of twilight, a deep, smoky gray, and the very tips of its ears and its luxurious tail were touched with what looked like tiny, shimmering stars. Its eyes were pools of quiet intelligence, reflecting the glow of Kalen's lantern. "You found the ember lantern," the fox said, its voice not a sound heard with ears, but a thought that blossomed softly in Kalen's mind, warm and smooth as river stones. "It shows the way for those who listen with more than just their ears." "Who are you?" Kalen whispered, their own voice seeming loud in the hushed forest. "I am Fior," the fox thought came. "A guide for the between times, the dawn and the dusk. The lantern called and you listened. That is the first step." Fior stood and with a flick of its star-tipped tail, parted the curtain of willow branches. Beyond was not more forest, but the entrance to a hidden world. A wide, quiet lake lay still as a dark mirror, reflecting the star-scattered sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the water began. On its shores were soft, mossy banks and flowers that glowed with their own pastel light, lavender, peach, and a gentle green. Fireflies, larger and slower than any Kalen had seen, drifted like living embers. This was the Glimmermere, a realm that existed in the quiet heart of the night, a place of peace and subtle magic. "It's beautiful," Kalen breathed. "It is a place of resonance," Fior explained, padding silently beside them. "Here the feelings you carry, the quiet joys, the gentle sorrows, the unanswered questions, they don't just stay inside, they manifest." As if to demonstrate, Fior nuzzled Kalen's hand. A wave of the loneliness Kalen often felt, that sense of being a step out of rhythm with the world, washed over them. From their fingertips, a soft, gray mist drifted out and over the water. It didn't vanish, instead it settled on the surface, forming delicate, ever-shifting patterns, like smoke from a snuffed candle, beautiful and melancholy. "You see," Fior's thought was kind. "Here nothing is hidden, and so nothing needs to be carried alone." This was the gentle mystery. Strange, soft happenings began to occur around Kalen on their nightly visits, guided by Fior and the ember lantern. When Kalen felt a spark of wonder at the sight of a shooting star, tiny, new constellations would blink into life in the flowers at their feet. A remembered laugh shared with a friend from long ago would cause the fireflies to dance in a joyous, looping pattern. A moment of frustration over a difficult day would release a brief shower of silvery sparks that fizzled out harmlessly into the moss. Kalen learned that the Glimmermere was not just for them. Other creatures of gentle spirit were there. A great, silent owl with feathers like polished obsidian watched from a branch, its presence a blanket of calm. Small, furry creatures with eyes like dewdrops would gather to watch the emotion patterns on the water, chittering softly in understanding. Kalen and Fior grew close. Kalen would talk, whispering stories of their world, and Fior would listen, its starry tail twitching, offering thoughts of simple, profound wisdom. They would sit for hours, watching the misty shapes on the lake tell stories without words. But the mystery deepened. Kalen noticed that one particular feeling, a small, persistent anxiety about not being understood, about their deep sensitivity being a burden, kept creating the same pattern on the water, a closed, spiraling knot of dark silver mist that pulsed like a trapped heartbeat. It wouldn't dissipate like the others. It just stayed. "The lake reflects," Fior mused one night, their noses nearly touching as they gazed at the stubborn knot. "But it does not untie. That is a task for the heart that made it." Kalen didn't know how to untie it. They tried ignoring it, but it remained. They tried feeling only happy things, but the knot pulsed on, a quiet counterpoint. It was Fior, with the simple logic of the wild, who offered not an answer, but a different path. "You have shared your joy here and your wonder," Fior thought. And the Glimmermere answered, "But you have only shown your loneliness to me. Perhaps it needs a different kind of sharing." The next night, Fior led Kalen to a different part of the shore, where the glowing flowers were particularly thick. "These are heartsease," Fior explained. "They grow where true feelings are acknowledged without fear. Touch them, show them you're not. Hesitantly, Kaelin reached out and let their fingers brush the soft, luminous petals. They closed their eyes and focused not on hiding the lonely, anxious feeling, but on simply letting it be in all its complexity. They felt its shape, its weight, its color in their mind. A tear, warm and silent, traced a path down their cheek. From the flower beneath their fingers, a new light spread. It was a deep, compassionate blue, the color of a twilight sky. It flowed down the stem into the earth and out across the water in a gentle wave. When it reached the knotted silver mist, it didn't attack it or erase it. Instead, it surrounded it, softened its edges, and slowly, the knot began to loosen. It didn't vanish, but it unraveled, transforming into a delicate, lace-like pattern that floated freely, connected to all the other beautiful shapes on the water. It was no longer trapped. It was simply part of the whole. In that moment, Kaelin understood. The growth wasn't about burning away the sensitive, questioning parts of themselves. It was about tending to them, like one would tend the ember lantern's gentle flame. It was about the courage to be gentle with their own heart, and the kindness of sharing its true weather, first with a friend like Fior, and then, by extension, with the world. The journeys to the Glimmermere continued, but they began to change Kaelin, as surely as fire transforms wood, not by destroying it, but by revealing its strength and warming all that is around it. Kaelin carried the quiet peace of the lakeshore back into the daylight world. They listened more carefully to the rustle of leaves, finding stories there. They noticed the patterns of light and shadow with a softer eye. And slowly they began to share little pieces of their inner world, a drawing of Fior, a story about the glowing flowers, finding that others, too, had secret glimmers they were afraid to show. One evening, as the first stars pricked the sky, Kaelin went to the attic window with the ember lantern. The golden path stretched out, beautiful and clear. But Kaelin simply smiled, placed the lantern gently on the sill, and watched its ember light beat steadily. They didn't need to walk the path tonight. The warmth of the Glimmermere was inside them now, a quiet lake of peace in their own heart. They knew Fior was there by the willow, watching over the sacred night. Their friendship was not diminished by distance. It was a thread of starlight connecting two worlds, and it warmed them through. So now, as the fire before us burns down to a bed of glowing, ruby coals, and your eyelids grow heavy as rose petals, remember Kaelin's journey. Remember that there are hidden worlds of gentle magic everywhere, in the quiet of your own heart, in the friendship of a kind soul, in the soft glow of a caring thought. Your feelings, all of them, are like the patterns on the water of Glimmermere. They are not meant to be knotted and trapped, but acknowledged, softened, and set free to become part of your beautiful, unique story. Let the image of the ember lantern, pulsing its warm, honeyed light in the safe silence of the attic, be the last thing you see. Let the memory of Fior's star-tipped tail, swishing through the moonbeams, comfort you. For you are just as brave, just as kind, and just as connected to the quiet magic of the world as Kaelin was. Now the story is told. The fire sighs in its grate. The night holds its breath, then exhales a soft, sweet breeze. It is time to curl up, dear listener, safe in your den, and let the gentle rhythm of your own heart guide you into dreams that glow from within, soft and steady as an ember in the loving dark. Sleep well. Story 8. Gather close now, little one, and let the crackle of the fire weave its own spell. Watch the embers rise like wandering stars up the chimney, and let your breathing grow slow and deep. Tonight the story is not of roaring dragons or thunderous battles, but of a quieter magic, the kind that hums just beneath the surface of things, waiting for a gentle heart to notice. It begins with a boy named Leo, who had a curious mind and feet that loved to wander. His home sat at the very edge of a village that itself nestled like a sleepy kitten against the skirts of the whispering wood. And it was in his own grandmother's cluttered, wonderful attic that Leo found the first thread of the mystery. He was searching for a missing checker piece, his hands brushing through dust that danced in the sunbeams. Then his fingers touched not wood or cloth, but cool, smooth metal. He pulled it from an old cedar chest. It was a lantern, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was small, meant to be held in one hand, wrought of iron so old it was almost black. But its panels were not of glass. They were of some thick, milky crystal, cloudy and silent. There was no candle inside, no wick, no oil pot. It was simply empty. Yet as Leo turned it in his hands, a strange feeling washed over him, a feeling of patient waiting, like a seed deep in winter soil. On its base, worn almost smooth, was the faint engraving of an owl in flight, encircled by a ring of tiny, unfamiliar stars. That night, a storm murmured at the edge of the wood. Leo sat by his window, the strange lantern on his sill. As the first true cloak of darkness fell and the wind began to sigh in the eaves, something happened. A soft, silver-blue light began to kindle within the lantern's crystal panes. It was not a flash, but a slow, breathing glow, like the embers of a forgotten fire or the distant light of a star seen through deep water. It pulsed gently in time, Leo fancied, with the rhythm of the wind. He knew then with a certainty that filled his bones that the lantern was not meant for his bedroom. It was a key, and it had just turned in a lock only he could hear. The next evening, with the lantern hidden under his coat, its faint glow a warm secret against his chest, Leo slipped into the whispering wood. The world changed under the moon's silver gaze. Tree trunks became pillars of carved shadow. Ferns gleamed with captured dewdrop diamonds. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet, decaying richness of fallen leaves. And the sounds, oh, the sounds were a language all their own. The rustle of a vole in the underbrush was a whispered secret. The creak of an ancient oak was a deep, thoughtful remark. The wind was the wood itself, breathing. He walked, guided by no path, but by a gentle tug in his heart, a feeling like a remembered melody. The lantern's glow brightened as he went deeper. After a time, he came to a clearing he was sure had never existed by daylight. In its center stood the oldest, grandest tree he had ever seen, a great, gnarled oak, its bark like the skin of a wise old world. And there, between two immense roots that curled like sleeping serpents, was a door. It wasn't a grand door. It was small, round-topped, and woven from living willow switches and trailing ivy, as if the forest itself had grown it. In its center was a depression, shaped exactly like the base of his lantern. Leo's heart thumped a quiet, steady drumbeat against his ribs. He took the lantern, its ember glow now a soft, inviting gold, and pressed it into the depression. It fit perfectly. With a sound like a sigh of contentment, the willow-woven door swung inward, revealing not darkness, but a path of shimmering, moon-drenched moss leading down between the great tree's roots. He stepped through, and the door side shut behind him. He found himself in a world within the world. It was a vast, subterranean glen, yet it felt as open as a summer meadow. A ceiling of living roots, tangled with thousands of tiny, glowing fungi in blues, silvers, and soft golds, mimicked a star-scattered sky. In the center of the glen lay a still, black lake that reflected this false heaven perfectly. The air was warm and carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine and cool stone. This was the Emberglen, a place where the quiet magic of the earth pooled and lingered. But all was not well. Leo soon saw that many of the glowing fungus stars on the ceiling were dim, or had gone out entirely, leaving patches of dark, empty shadow. The light in the lake's reflection seemed tired. A profound, gentle sadness hung in the warm air. As he stood by the water's edge, holding his quietly glowing lantern, a shadow detached itself from a high root and descended on silent wings. It was an owl, but an owl of magnificent size and dignity. Her feathers were the color of storm clouds and aged bark, and her eyes were vast, round pools of luminous amber, holding depths of ancient nights. She settled on a low rock beside him, not with a predatory stare, but with a gaze of deep, weary curiosity. "You have brought the hearth lantern," she said, her voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant whisper that seemed to come from the stones themselves. "It has been many turnings of the seasons since its light last graced the Emberglin. I am Valerian, the keeper of the unblinking stars." She gestured with a feather-tipped wing toward the dimming fungus lights above. "Our sky is fading, the gentle memories that feed these lights, the memories of kindness, of comfort, of peaceful moments held dear by the world above, they are being forgotten too quickly. The world grows louder and the quiet joys are drowned out. Without them our stars fade, and with them the heart's warmth of this place." Leo looked from the owl's wise, worried face to the lantern in his hand. "But what can I do? I'm just a boy." Valerian blinked slowly. "You are a boy who listened to a whisper, who followed a gentle glow. That is a rare thing. The hearth lantern is not a tool, child. It is a witness. It does not create light. It reveals the light that already is, the hidden warmth in moments, the embers that glow in the darkness of forgetting. You must journey through the Emberglin. Hold the lantern up to what you find. Help me rekindle the stars." And so Leo's true journey began, with Valerian as his guide. They did not travel far in miles, but deep in meaning. Their first stop was a little nook where a family of silver-furred voles slept in a nest of thistledown. Valerian nodded toward them. Leo, uncertain, lifted the lantern. As its light fell upon the sleeping creatures, something magical happened. From the voles and from the nest itself, soft pink-gold tendrils of light, like visible warmth, began to rise. They were the memory of the sun on their fur that afternoon, the comfort of the mother vole's gentle grooming, the safety of being tucked in together. The lantern gathered these gentle embers, and its own glow brightened, pulsing with a new, tender rhythm. High above, one tiny, faded fungus star flickered, then shone with a renewed pink-gold light. Hope, warm and sweet, blossomed in Leo's chest. They walked on. They came to a still pool, a tributary of the great lake, where a lone, ancient frog sat on a stone, his throat pulsing silently. Leo lifted the lantern. From the frog rose a soft, green-blue light, the memory of the first warm rain of spring, the taste of a particularly juicy fly, the profound contentment of sitting perfectly still, being part of the pond. Another star above winked back to life. They found a place where a tree's root had grown around a smooth, gray stone, holding it in a wooden embrace. The lantern revealed the stone's memory, not a thinking memory, but a feeling, of being found by a child long ago, skipped across a pond, then left here, where the tree had kindly taken it in. The light that rose was a humble, gray silver, and another star gleamed. But not all was easy. They found a thicket where the brambles were particularly tangled and dark. A feeling of frustration emanated from it. A young fox was trapped, not physically, but in spirit. He had been chasing a butterfly and lost his way, and now only felt the sharpness of thorns and the sting of failure. Leo felt a pang of recognition. He knew that feeling. He didn't just hold up the lantern. He sat down just outside the thicket and began to talk in a soft voice. He talked about getting lost in his grandmother's attic, about dropping his favorite pastry in the dirt, about feeling small and silly. He shared his own little frustrations. As he spoke, the fox's ears pricked up. It crept a little closer. Leo lifted the lantern. This time the light that emerged from the fox was not just a memory, but a new, brave little ember, the warmth of being understood. The thicket itself seemed to loosen, the thorns less sharp in the lantern's compassionate glow. A cluster of stars sparked a light overhead. Leo learned that the greatest lights often came from the smallest, quietest victories, a shared silence, a moment of patience, an act of comfort. He helped a tired badger remember the cozy smell of its own den, and a field mouse recall the perfect crunch of a single sunflower seed. With each act, with each revelation of hidden warmth, his lantern blazed brighter, and the ceiling of the Emberglen became more and more brilliantly dotted with rekindled stars. Finally, they stood before the great black lake. The reflection was now dazzling, a perfect mirror of the renewed starry ceiling. But at the very center of the lake, directly above its deepest point, one large, beautiful fungus star remained dark. The heart star, Valerian whispered, her amber eyes fixed on the void. It is fed by the oldest, deepest comfort, the memory of being utterly, completely safe. It has been dark since the oldest badger, who carried that memory from his grandmother's grandmother, passed into his final sleep. I do not know where to find such a light. Leo looked into the deep, still water. He thought of his journey. He thought of the voles, the frog, the stone, the fox. He thought of the warm glow in his chest that had grown with every act of witnessing, with every shared moment. And he thought of home, of his own bed, of the crackle of the fireplace downstairs, of his grandmother's voice singing an old song slightly off-key, of the feeling just before sleep when the world is soft and the covers are heavy and you are loved. He wasn't just remembering it. He was feeling it right there by the mysterious lake. He held the hearth lantern aloft, not toward the water, but close to his own heart. From Leo himself, from the boy who had been curious, then brave, then kind, a light began to shine. It was a pure, steady, golden white light, warm as a hug and soft as a lullaby. It was the light of his own remembered safety, his own cherished peace. It streamed from him into the lantern, and the little iron and crystal vessel blazed like a captured sunbeam. The light shot from the lantern, a beam of solid gold, and struck the dark heart star in the ceiling. With a soft pop like a bubble bursting in reverse, the great star ignited. It shone with a gentle, powerful, unwavering gold, bathing the entire Emberglen in a light that felt like a sigh of relief, like a weighted blanket settling over tired shoulders. The lake's reflection was now complete, a perfect, radiant universe in miniature. Valerian the owl bowed her great head. You carried the memory within you all along, she whispered, her voice thick with a feathered gratitude. You did not just find the light, Leo, you became it. The journey back was a quiet, joyful blur. The willow door opened for him, and he stepped back into the whispering wood, which now felt like an old friend. The hearth lantern's glow had subsided to its original, gentle ember pulse. Valerian accompanied him to the edge of the clearing. The lantern is yours now, she said. The Emberglen will sleep safe and warm. Remember, the world above needs its quiet lights too. Be their witness. Leo returned home just as the first hint of dawn tinged the sky with lavender. He placed the lantern back on his windowsill. He knew now it would only glow in the true darkness, a reminder of the hidden world of warmth just beneath the surface of things. And so, little one, Leo's story doesn't end with fanfare, but with a slow, deep contentment. He grew up, and he never forgot. He always had a knack for noticing the soft glow in a shared smile, the warm ember in a moment of quiet courage, the starlight in an act of simple kindness. He would sometimes walk in the whispering wood, and though he never found the willow door again, he felt its presence, like a heartbeat underfoot. Now, look at our fire. See how the last log has collapsed into a bed of glowing coals. Each one is a tiny, warm star, isn't it? A little Emberglen right here in our hearth. They pulse with their own quiet light, holding the memory of the tree's life in the sun and wind, and the warmth they give us now. So, let that warmth be your blanket. Let the memory of Leo's journey, of the owl's wisdom, the fox's understanding, the vole's comfort, and the boy's own brave heart, be the gentle story that carries you. Your own heart is a hearth lantern, dear one, full of unseen light. Now, let your eyelids grow heavy as owl's wings at rest. Let your breath be as steady as the glow of a steadfast star. Drift now into dreams that may just brush against willow doors and starlit moss, where all is safe and all is warm, and every quiet joy is remembered forever. Sleep. Story 9. In the heart of a valley that cradled the seasons like a pair of weathered, loving hands, there stood a cottage with a chimney that puffed gentle smoke into the twilight. Inside, by the light of a fire that seemed to remember every story ever told, a young person named Leo sat, feeling a quiet, hollow ache they could not name. Outside, the world was draped in the deep blue velvet of an autumn evening, and the wind whispered secrets through the ancient oak that brushed its branches against the eaves. Leo's grandmother Elara stirred a pot of spiced cider on the hearth. She moved with the slow, sure grace of a river stone, her eyes the color of the forest floor after rain. She watched Leo, who fidgeted with the frayed edge of a quilt, its patterns lost in the dim light. "The fire speaks in tongues of gold and shadow tonight," Elara said, her voice a soft rasp like leaves skittering on stone. "It's a good night for listening to older stories, for remembering." "Remembering what?" Leo asked, the hollowness in their chest echoing in the question. "The roots," she said simply. She left the hearth and moved to a large, carved chest that sat in the corner, a patient sentinel of memory. With a key that hung around her neck on a simple leather cord, she opened it. The scent of cedar, dried lavender, and old paper bloomed into the room. From within, she drew out an object wrapped in faded green velvet. She brought it to Leo and laid it in their lap. Unfolding the cloth, Leo revealed a wooden box, not large, but deep with carving. It was no ordinary music box. On its lid was an intricate inlay of different woods forming a great tree, its branches spreading to the edges. And nestled among those wooden branches were tiny, delicate shapes of birds, each one a different species, carved from bone or pale shells so thin they seemed translucent. A silver key, shaped like a curling vine, was nestled in the side. "This," Elara said, settling back into her chair with a sigh that held the weight of years, "was your great-great-grandmother's. We called it the Arbor of Echoes. It doesn't play tunes of metal and gear. It holds songs of a different kind. But it only sings for those who are ready to listen and who know the way to ask." Leo traced the outline of a tiny owl on a branch. "How do you ask?" Elara smiled, a network of kindly lines spreading from her eyes. "You start by listening to the stories behind it. Stories are the keys to older keys." She took a sip of her cider and began, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "Long ago, when the village was just a handful of cottages and the forest was a vast, whispering neighbor, our family had a different kind of kinship. They were keepers of the thresholds, not between rooms, but between the wild and the tame, the waking and the dreaming, the past and the now. They learned the language of the rustling leaves, the pattern of the bird flights, the stories told in the rings of trees. Their guide was not a person, but a spirit that took many forms. Some saw it as a great stag with antlers like bare winter branches. Others in the summer glimpsed it as a fox with fur the color of twilight. Your great-great-grandmother Elara saw it most often as a badger, a creature of deep roots and quiet lanes." As Elara spoke, Leo felt the room grow closer, the firelight painting moving pictures on the walls. The story within the story began to unfold. Eris was a quiet child, Elara continued, who preferred the company of moss and stream to that of the village square. One evening, feeling lost between the expectations of her family and the longing in her own heart, she wandered to the glen of still pools. It was said that if you looked into the pools at the exact moment the first star reflected on their surface, you might see not your own face, but the face of one who could guide you. Eris waited. The star, bright and clear, pierced the dark mirror of the water. And in its shimmering point, she did not see her own anxious eyes. She saw the wise, solemn face of the badger. It did not speak with words, but with a feeling that settled into her bones. Remember, you are not alone. The roots go deep, and the branches remember the sky. Leo blinked, the phrase echoing in their mind. The roots go deep, and the branches remember the sky. That night, Elara went on, Eris dreamed of a tree, the very tree on this box. In her dream, each bird on its branches sang a unique song, but together they wove a harmony that told the history of the valley. The first thaw, the great migration, the planting of the first apple orchard, the quiet passing of the oldest forest giants. When she woke, she knew she had to hold this song, this memory somehow. So, with the help of a woodcarver who understood the soul of trees and her own patient, loving hands, she created this box. She didn't know how it would sing, only that it must. Elara leaned forward. Now here is the story she was told by her grandmother about the beginning of it all. It is said that when the world was young and soft, the first human to walk this valley was a child, cold and alone. The animals, who then spoke in words clear as crystal, took pity. The wren brought moss for a bed, the otter shared fish from the stream, the bear offered the shelter of its cave, and the great stag, leader of the forest, bent its head and said, "We will be your family. And you will be our voice. Remember us, and we will remember you." That promise became a thread, passed down through generations. Woven into our blood and our breath, the arbor of echoes is a vessel for that thread. Leo looked down at the box, its carvings now seeming to pulse with a faint, inner light in the fire's glow. The hollow ache in their chest had changed into a thrum of anticipation. But what happened? Why don't we hear them anymore? Why do I feel disconnected? Elara's expression softened with a gentle sadness. Time and noise happened, my dear. The world grew louder. The rituals were forgotten, rushed. The daily salutations to the dawn birds, the thank you whispered to the earth when taking a vegetable, the leaving of the first apple for the hedgehog, they became chores, then memories, then nothing at all. The last person who could make the arbor sing was my mother. She said it required a listening heart, a heart that could hear the stories in the silence. She reached out and took Leo's hand, placing it on the cool wood of the box. You feel that disconnect because you are meant to mend it. The thread has grown thin, but it has not broken. It whispers to you. That is your heritage, not just the blood in your veins, but the listening in your soul. That night, Leo went to bed with the arbor of echoes on their bedside table. They fell asleep to the distant call of an owl and the rustle of the great oak. And they dreamed. In the dream, they stood in the glen of still pools. The air was silver with mist. Around the pools sat figures, shimmering and indistinct, but their presence was warm and familiar. One, a woman with Eris's patient eyes, held a quilt stitched with running deer and soaring swallows. Another, an old man with hands like gnarled roots, pointed to a constellation, the starry badger, slowly moving across the sky. They did not speak aloud, but their memories flowed into Leo like water. The taste of woodland strawberry jam made from a secret recipe, the sound of a lullaby hummed to a fretful fawn, the feel of planting an acorn with a promise to its future self. Then the badger appeared. Not fearsome, but solid, real, its stripes like strokes of moonlight on darkness. It looked at Leo with ancient eyes. The song is in the doing, it seemed to say. The memory is in the mercy. Open the box not with the key, but with a ritual reclaimed. Leo woke with a start, the first pale light of dawn graying the window. The words of the dream were fading, but the feeling, the imperative, was crystal clear. They knew what they had to do. It wasn't about a magical object, it was about the thread. The thread was woven through action. Quietly they dressed and took the arbor of echoes. They went to the kitchen, and remembering a story within a story Elara had once told about her mother, they took a small handful of sunflower seeds and a crust of bread. They walked out into the chill morning to the foot of the great oak. First they crumbled the bread and scattered the seeds at the oak's roots, a whisper on their lips, an old family phrase their grandmother used when feeding the chickens. For you, from us, with thanks. They stood still, listening. For a long moment there was only silence. Then a twitter, a flutter. A chickadee, bold and bright-eyed, darted down. Then a nuthatch, scurrying headfirst down the trunk. Then a family of sparrows, chirping and bustling. The morning air, once silent, was suddenly filled with a gentle, living symphony of pecks and soft calls. As Leo watched this simple, ancient ritual of sharing, their heart felt full, the listening heart their grandmother described. Almost without thinking, they sat with their back against the oak, the arbor of echoes in their lap. They didn't use the silver key. Instead, they placed their palm flat on the lid, over the carved tree, and they hummed. They hummed the fragment of the lullaby that had come in the dream, the one for the fawn, a simple, five-note melody that felt as old as the hills. The box warmed beneath their hand. With a soft, resonant click, the lid sprang open a fraction. With trembling fingers, Leo lifted it fully. Inside there was no cylinder of spikes, no metal comb. Instead, the interior was lined with a deep blue velvet that looked like the night sky. And resting on it were 9 small, perfect bird eggs, each carved from a different semi-precious stone: milky quartz, moss agate, carnelian, amethyst. And as the first true ray of sunlight cleared the horizon and struck the open box, a miracle unfolded. From each egg, not a bird, but a song emerged. A pure, clear, instrumental tone, the chirp of the sparrow translated to a flute's note, the coo of the dove to a soft reed, the cry of the hawk to a distant, haunting violin. But more than that, woven into the music were whispers. Not words, but impressions, the joy of a long-forgotten spring, the comfort of a shared hearth on a snowy night, the sorrow of a tree's fall, the triumph of a fledgling's first flight. It was the valley's memory. It was the song of the thread. And Leo understood. The heirloom was not the source of the magic, it was a mirror. It reflected the magic of connection that lived in the daily, kind choices, the feeding of the birds, the tending of the garden, the respectful quiet in the forest, the stories told by the fire. The ancestral guides were not ghosts in the water. They were the patterns of behavior, the recipes, the lullabies, the very kindness that had been passed down and lived out. Their grandmother Elara was a guide. The badger in the dream was a guide. The chickadee taking the seed was a guide. The music played until the sun fully illuminated the dewy grass, then softened back into silence. The box was just a beautifully carved box again. But everything was different. Leo returned to the cottage as Elara was stoking the fire for breakfast. They placed the arbor of echoes on the table between them. They didn't need to describe what happened. The change in Leo's face, the piece where the ache had been, told the whole story. "I heard it," Leo said softly. Elara's eyes glistened. "I know you did." She reached into the chest once more and pulled out a worn, leather-bound book. My mother's recipe book, not just for pies and jams, but for pine needle tea for clarity, for the seed cakes the winter birds love, for the salve made from yarrow that she used on every scraped knee, human or rabbit. She pushed it toward Leo. "This is your heirloom now, too, because the true heirloom is the doing." From that day on, Leo became a keeper of the thresholds in their own gentle way. They planted a row of sunflowers by the cottage. For the goldfinches, they would say, repeating Elara's phrase. They learned the lullaby fully and would hum it when checking the henhouse at dusk. They took walks not to get somewhere but to listen, to the gossip of the squirrels, the direction of the wind, the stories the old stones held. And sometimes, on evenings when the fire spoke in tongues of gold and shadow, Leo would open the arbor of echoes. They never used the silver key. They would simply perform a small ritual, light a candle of beeswax, or sprinkle a handful of wildflower seeds into the wind, place their hand on the lid, and hum the lullaby. And the box would sing its stories, each time a little different, reflecting the new memories being woven into the old thread. The day the fox cubs played in the meadow, the year the apple harvest was shared in a pie for the whole village, the quiet understanding that passed between Leo and their grandmother without a word. The roots did go deep, Leo realized, feeding the present with the strength of the past. And the branches, their own choices and actions, truly did remember the sky, reaching always toward connection, kindness, and the quiet, everlasting magic of remembrance. And in that knowing, by the ancient light of the fire, the hollow ache was forever filled with the warm, living song of belonging. Story 10. Now, my dear listener, settle a little deeper into your quilt. Let the fire's murmur become the whisper of wind in the pines, and the glow upon the hearth become the silver light of a high, round moon. For tonight we journey to a place where such things are merely echoes of a deeper, quieter magic. In a house at the very edge of a slumbering village, where the garden gate surrendered to the wild, rolling hills, there lived a child named Leo. Leo's world was one of comfortable, predictable things, the scent of baking bread, the worn path to school, the friendly cluck of hens. Yet in the quiet hour just after supper, when the sky turned the color of a bruised plum and the first stars blinked awake, Leo would feel a gentle, persistent tug at their heart, a quiet yearning for something they could not name. It was a feeling not of sadness, but of soft curiosity, like hearing a familiar melody played on an unknown instrument. Leo's favorite place for this twilight pondering was the old, sprawling attic. It was a landscape of draped memories and dust-mote galaxies, lit by a single round window that seemed to drink the evening light. It was here one such evening that the story truly began. Leo was peering into a trunk that smelled of cedar and forgotten roses, when their fingers brushed against something small, smooth, and cool. It was not a toy soldier, nor a faded photograph. It was a simple walnut shell, but unlike any other. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine, swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light, and where it had once been joined, a perfect, hairline seam ran around its middle. On impulse, Leo gave it a gentle twist. With a soft click, the shell parted. And from within, nestled in a bed of velvety darkness, bloomed a gentle, pulsing light. It was not the fierce gold of the fire downstairs, nor the cold white of the moon. This was the deep, ruddy glow of banked embers, of a hearth's heart held secret and safe. It warmed Leo's palm, not with heat, but with a profound sense of calm. It was, Leo decided, a lantern. A lantern for a single, quiet soul. That very night, drawn by an impulse as natural as breathing, Leo crept downstairs, the walnut lantern cupped in their hands. Its ember glow cast just enough light to see the garden path, painting the dew on the spiderwebs with tiny, trembling rubies. At the garden gate, which usually marked the boundary of the known world, Leo did not hesitate. The lantern's light seemed to spill forward, inviting the wild hills into its circle of warmth. And so the journey began. The hills, so familiar by day, were transformed. Under the moon's watchful eye, they became a rolling sea of silver and shadow. The grass whispered secrets against Leo's ankles. An owl called a question in the dark, and the ember light seemed to pulse in answer. Leo had not walked far before they met their first companion. Stretched between two gorse bushes was a web of such exquisite geometry it might have been spun from moonbeams. And at its center sat the weaver, a spider, her body a tiny droplet of obsidian, her legs delicate as charcoal sketches. She was not still. With a focus that was beautiful to behold, she was repairing a single, torn strand. Leo stopped, holding the lantern low so as not to dazzle her. "Hello," Leo whispered. The spider paused. One multifaceted eye, then several, caught the ember glow. "A traveler," she said, her voice a dry, rustling sound, like pages turning in an ancient book. "And one with a gentle light. Most rush through my world and tear it without seeing its architecture." "It's beautiful," Leo said truthfully. Does it hurt when it's torn?" "It is a disruption," the spider replied philosophically, resuming her work. "A story interrupted, but stories can be mended. Are you looking for a story, traveler?" "I think," Leo said, the words coming slowly, "I am looking for the place where this light belongs." They opened their hands slightly, letting the ember glow spill over the web, setting every dewdrop alight like a constellation. The spider considered this. Light belongs everywhere and nowhere. It is a guest, but your particular guest, its glow reminds me of the heart glow of the quiet valley, a place the moon loves best. Follow the path of the silver moss. It grows where silence has taken root. And with that she returned to her mending, her form a tiny, diligent shadow against the luminous tapestry. Thanking the spider, Leo walked on, now looking for the silver moss. They found it soon enough, a soft, phosphorescent trail meandering between the hillocks, like a trickle of milk left by the stars. The walnut lantern's glow and the moss's gleam conversed in quiet harmony. The path led into an ancient forest where the trees were grandfathers of the world, their bark deeply carved with time. Here the sounds changed. The wind became a distant sigh in the high branches. The crunch underfoot was not grass, but a thick carpet of pine needles, fragrant and soft. And it was here Leo met the second companion. At first it was just a shuffling, snuffling sound from a thicket of ferns. Then with a rustle and a gentle huff, a hedgehog emerged. He was plump and wonderfully round, his spines tipped with moonlight, and his nose twitched busily at the air. "Hum," he muttered, his voice a low, contented rumble. "New smell, warm smell, not leaf smell, not bug smell, good smell." He waddled directly into the circle of light from Leo's lantern, blinking up at them with tiny, jet-bead eyes. "Ah, a small 2 legs and a warm glow, you are far from your stone nest." "I'm following the silver moss," Leo explained, crouching down. "I'm Leo." "I am Prickle," said the hedgehog, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You follow the quiet path, good, the quiet is best, but the path ahead." He sniffed the air again, concerned. "The path ahead crosses the singer's brook, and the singer is sad. Her song has a crack in it. A sad song makes the stones slippery and the heart heavy." "A sad song?" Leo asked, their own heart feeling a sympathetic twinge. "The brook sings with the voice of 1,000 tiny falls over 1,000 smooth stones," Prickle explained, settling on his haunches. "It is the forest's lullaby, but something has grieved her. A memory stuck in her flow. I do not cross when she is like this. My legs are short, and sadness is a deep water." Leo looked at the ember glow in their hand. It pulsed steadily, warmly. Maybe the light could help. Prickle's nose twitched furiously. "Maybe warm glow is a friend to quiet things. I will show you the way to the brook, but I shall wait on this bank. My job is comfort, not conversation." And so the hedgehog trundled ahead, a small, determined guide, until the musical murmur of water grew loud. The singer's brook was a ribbon of liquid night, frosted with moonbeams where it rippled. But Prickle was right. Its song, though beautiful, held a discordant note, a low, persistent thrum of sorrow that vibrated in Leo's chest. On the far bank, the path of silver moss continued, beckoning. "How do I cross?" Leo wondered aloud. The stones looked slick and treacherous. As if in answer, the ember light in the walnut shell flared slightly. Leo looked down. The light was not just glowing, it was pooling, dripping like slow honey from the shell's seam. Where each drop of light fell onto the dark water, it didn't vanish. It spread, forming a small, steady, glowing lily pad of warmth. One then another, creating a path of luminous stepping stones across the brook. Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped onto the first light pad. It held firm, feeling like solid, sun-warmed earth. Step by careful step, they crossed the brook. As they reached the midpoint, they stopped and, acting on pure instinct, knelt and held the open lantern just above the water's surface. "I don't know why you're sad," Leo whispered to the brook. "But I can listen." The lantern's glow deepened, penetrating the water. And there, nestled amongst the pebbles, Leo saw it, a single perfect blue feather caught fast under a stone. It was a feather of such vibrant sky-blue beauty that it looked utterly alien in the dark brook, a fragment of daylight trapped in the night. Its captivity was the source of the sorrow. The brook could not carry it nor release it. Gently, Leo reached into the cold water. Their fingers slid under the stone, lifted it, and freed the feather. The instant it broke the surface, the brook's song changed. The dissonant thrum vanished, replaced by a clear, joyous babble that seemed to laugh as it sparkled in the moonlight. The feather held in Leo's wet hand dried instantly in the lantern's warmth, its blue becoming even more brilliant. "Thank you," the brook seemed to sigh with every bubble and swirl. The sound was not in words, but in a feeling of profound relief that washed over Leo like a cool, clean breeze. On the other bank, Prickle gave a satisfied snuffle. "Good small 2 legs, good warm glow, the song is mended." And with a flick of his own spiny self, he turned and shuffled back into the forest, his duty done. Leo, the blue feather tucked safely into their pocket beside the walnut, continued on. The forest began to thin, the air grew sweeter, and the silver moss now shone so brightly it seemed they were walking on a stream of stars themselves. Then all at once the trees parted. They stood at the edge of the quiet valley. It was a bowl of pure moonlight, a hidden cup in the hands of the earth. A lake of perfect stillness mirrored the star-scattered sky above, so that it seemed one could step into the water and walk among the heavens. All around the lake, in the soft grass, grew flowers that held their own soft luminescence, gentle blues, soft purples, and whispering whites. The air hummed with a silence so deep it was itself a kind of music. This was the place the moon loved best. And in the very center of the valley, by the lake's edge, stood an ancient, graceful willow tree. Its leaves were silver, not with age, but with their own innate light, and they trailed in the water, stirring the reflected stars. This, Leo knew with absolute certainty, was where the lantern's light belonged. As Leo walked into the valley, a sense of profound peace settled over them. The quiet yearning that had lived in their chest for so long was not gone, but it had changed. It was no longer a question, but a quiet beat of belonging. They approached the great willow and saw that in its massive, kindly trunk was a small, hollow niche, shaped almost like a cradle. Without needing to be told, Leo stepped forward and placed the open walnut lantern into the niche. Something miraculous happened. The ember glow within the shell swelled, like a heart taking a deep, joyful breath. It poured out not in a beam, but in a gentle, expanding wave of warmth and light. It flowed up the willow's trunk, tracing the patterns in the bark with gold. It shimmered across the lake, making the stars in the water dance. It touched the glowing flowers, and they brightened in greeting. The entire quiet valley was suffused with a gentle, benevolent radiance. The light had come home, and in doing so, it was welcoming Leo home. From the shadows of the willow's branches, a final figure emerged. It was a creature of starlight and mist, with the gentle eyes of a doe and a body that seemed woven from the lake's reflections. It was the spirit of the valley, and it inclined its head to Leo. "You have returned the heart glow," it said, its voice the sound of wind over water and leaves brushing leaves. "It was lost long ago, a piece of this valley's comfort taken into the world of bustle and haste. In its absence, our quiet grew a little colder. You have mended a web, soothed a song, and brought the light back on a path of courage and kindness. Such a journey transforms the traveler as surely as fire transforms wood. You are always welcome here, child of the quiet heart." Leo understood then. The journey was not about finding a place for the light, but about the light, the gentle, persistent glow of curiosity and compassion, finding its way within them. The valley had always been here, a part of them, waiting to be remembered. The spirit gestured, and from the willow, a single, silver leaf drifted down. It landed softly in Leo's palm, cool and real. A reminder, the spirit whispered, that the quiet world is always with you. Leo knew it was time to go. They reached into the niche and took the walnut lantern. Its glow was softer now, content. They closed the shell with a soft click, and the valley's intense light dimmed back to its normal, moonlit glory, though it now felt warmer, more complete. The journey back was a blur of gentle shadows and friendly darkness. The singer's brook chuckled as they crossed on ordinary stones. The path through the grandfather trees felt like a friendly corridor. And there, at the edge of the wild hills, the garden gate waited. Leo slipped back into the quiet house, up the stairs, and into their own room. The first hints of dawn were painting the horizon the color of a blush. They placed the walnut shell on their bedside table and laid the silver willow leaf and the brilliant blue feather beside it. They were no longer just a child of a predictable world. They were a keeper of quiet stories, a mender of webs and songs, a friend to hedgehogs and spiders. As they climbed into bed, the ember glow from the closed walnut shell seemed to seep through its seams, casting the faintest, warmest light upon the walls, a nightlight woven from the heart of a hidden valley. The gentle tug in their chest was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant fullness, like the lake holding the moon. So, my dear listener, as your own eyes grow heavy, remember Leo's journey. Remember that even in the most familiar of attics, magic waits in walnut shells. That companions are found in the most delicate of webs and the snuffling of night creatures. That kindness is a light that can mend sadness and illuminate stepping stones across dark waters. And that sometimes the greatest adventures are the quiet ones that lead us not over mountains, but into the peaceful, glowing valleys within our own brave hearts. Now, let the fire's crackle become the whisper of the willow. Let the warmth of your blankets be the embrace of the quiet valley. And may you dream of silver moss paths, of brooks that sing joyous songs, and of a small, steady light that guides you always toward peace. Sleep well. The story is told, the light is home, and all is well beneath the star-scattered sky. Story 11. In the quiet corner of a valley where twilight lingered longest, there was a meadow that hummed with a secret music. The grass grew thick and soft, threaded with silver streams that chuckled over smooth stones, and the air tasted of honeydew and wild mint. Here, in a cottage built from river-smoothed stone and ancient, kindly wood, lived a young person named Kai. Kai was quiet, with eyes the color of the deep forest pond, and a heart that beat in time with the slow, steady rhythm of the turning seasons. But Kai carried a soft, persistent sorrow, a feeling of being unfinished, like a seed waiting in the dark, unsure of what shape its sprouting might take. Kai's life was one of gentle routines. They tended a small, somewhat hesitant garden, baked bread that smelled of comfort, and mended clothes with stitches as neat as a spider's first web. Yet they often felt separate, watching the world from a slight distance. The rabbits would pause in their play, noses twitching in their direction, but dash away if Kai drew too near. The birds sang glorious symphonies in the oak tree, but their conversations remained a beautiful mystery. Kai felt they were listening to a song through a thick pane of glass. The first change was so subtle, Kai thought they had imagined it. It was on an evening when a feeling of particular loneliness had settled upon them, soft and heavy as a winter cloak. Sitting on the mossy step of the cottage, watching fireflies begin their slow waltz above the meadow, Kai sighed. A whisper of a breeze, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine, swept past. And in that moment, Kai heard something new. It wasn't a sound with words, not yet, but a texture, a feeling of contentment that seemed to emanate from the old oak itself, a low, thrumming hum of deep-rooted peace. It was so soothing that Kai's own restless heart stilled for a beat. When they raised a hand to brush away a tear they hadn't realized had fallen, they noticed a faint, pearlescent shimmer dusting the fine hairs on their forearm, visible only in the firefly's fleeting light. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving Kai wondering. The following day, seeking the oak's comfort, Kai ventured to its great, gnarled roots. A small red squirrel, its tail a flicker of nervous energy, was chittering angrily at a fallen acorn. Before, Kai would have seen only a frantic animal. Now they heard the edges of meaning, like catching a familiar word in a foreign tongue. There was frustration, a scolding tone directed at the stubborn nut. Without thinking, Kai knelt and gently cracked the acorn shell on a stone, offering the kernel back. The squirrel froze, its bright black eyes wide. Then a clear, distinct impression floated into Kai's mind, not as words, but as a pure feeling picture. Thank you. The shell was too tough today. As the squirrel scampered off, a single warm point of light glowed for a second at the very tip of Kai's ear. They touched it, feeling a gentle warmth, not a burn. This was the beginning of the gentle metamorphosis. Kai's world began to softly split open, like the hull of a seed giving way to a green shoot. Their ears, now often tinged with that soft, sunrise gold glow at the tips, became conduits for the secret language of the meadow. It was not English or any human tongue, but a language of emotion, image, and sensation. The brook didn't say it was happy. It imparted a feeling of cool, relentless joy and the playful image of tickling pebbles. The mother doe in the thicket didn't speak of worry. She shared a tight, protective thrum of anxiety and the sweet-scented mental picture of her fawn's spotted flank. Yet, with this new connection came a new confusion. Kai felt overwhelmed, a conduit for too many feelings. Their own shyness felt magnified, a shell they couldn't crack. They began to spend more time in the cottage, the stone walls a barrier against the chorus of outside sentiment. Their garden, neglected, grew pale and quiet. It was then, as the first autumn chill whispered through the valley, that the mentor appeared. Kai was attempting to bake, but the dough felt lifeless in their hands, mirroring their own spirit. A soft scrape at the wooden door made them jump. Cracking it open, they saw no one. Then a movement, russet and graceful, near the woodpile. It was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur held the gleaming, subtle sheen of old copper and twilight, and its eyes were pools of amber wisdom, watching Kai with a patience that felt ancient. It did not send thoughts, but a simple, quiet presence, a feeling of grounded calm, like stone warmed by the sun. "Hello," Kai whispered, their voice rusty from disuse. The fox dipped its head slightly, then turned and trotted a few paces into the meadow before looking back. The invitation was clear. Heart thudding with a mix of fear and longing, Kai slipped on their boots and followed. The fox led them not on a long journey, but to a small, hidden clearing Kai had never noticed, nestled like a cupped palm in the hillside. In its center lay a still, dark pond, mirror-smooth. Around its edges grew plants Kai didn't recognize, flowers with petals that looked like solidified moonlight, and shrubs bearing berries that glowed with a soft, internal blue. The air hummed with a potent, peaceful magic. The fox sat by the water's edge and simply gazed at the surface. Kai, unsure, sat beside it. For a long time they said nothing, did nothing, just breathed. And as Kai's breathing slowed to match the serene pulse of the place, they saw it. In the pond's reflection, their own face looked back, but their ears shimmered with that now familiar gold. And around their reflection, faint images flickered. A tightly closed pine cone, a caterpillar curled in a leaf, a seed buried deep in dark soil. Symbols of waiting, of potential. "I don't know how to be this," Kai finally murmured, gesturing to their own reflection. The fox turned its head. This time a thought image came, gentle as a falling leaf, the pond itself. Deep, quiet, containing reflections but not defined by them. Then an image of Kai's own heart, not as a frail thing, but as a small, sturdy den, a safe space from which to observe the world. The message was not one of action, but of being, of acceptance. The fox visited often after that, always at moments of doubt. It never gave lectures, only silent companionship or a single, perfect image. When Kai fretted that hearing the animals' fears was a burden, the fox showed them a picture of a spider's web after rain, each droplet holding the reflected world, the web itself strong and flexible beneath the weight. The message, you can hold feelings without being broken by them. Kai began to tentatively re-engage. The small victories started, each one leaving a mark of beautiful, non-threatening change. They saw a young crow struggling on the ground, one wing awkwardly held. Its fear was a sharp, cold sting in Kai's mind. Swallowing their own nervousness, Kai approached, speaking in soft, human words layered with feelings of calm and safety. They offered water and a safe perch in a berry bush. The crow's panic slowly eased. As it finally hopped into the bush, a single glossy black feather drifted down, and when Kai caught it, the downy fur at their temples shimmered with a faint, protective blue light for the rest of the day. Another time, Kai had accidentally stepped on a patch of delicate clover blossoms while following a butterfly's path. A wave of regret, sharp and clean, washed over them. They knelt and sincerely whispered an apology to the earth, patting the soil gently. The next morning in that very spot, a circle of flowers had bloomed overnight, their centers of vibrant, courageous scarlet that hadn't been there before. And Kai found that the nails on their fingers, when they worked in the soil, now had a faint mother-of-pearl gleam, as if remembering the shells from which all life once crept. The greatest test came with the coming of the ice moon, the deepest part of winter. A silence fell over the meadow, a thick blanket of snow muffling sound and thought. The animals were hidden away in their dens and nests, sleeping or surviving. Kai's old loneliness threatened to return, a cold cocoon of its own. The cottage felt less like a sanctuary and more like a shell they'd outgrown. One fierce, starry night, a piercing thread of anxiety needled into Kai's mind. It was the mother doe, but her signal was weak and frayed with fear. Her thought image was of her fawn, trapped in a thicket of fallen branches, the path blocked by a slick, frozen bank. The doe's own strength was failing. Kai didn't hesitate. They threw on their warmest cloak and plunged into the silent, moonlit world. The snow crunched underfoot, and the cold bit at their cheeks. Using the faint, desperate signal as a guide, they found the thicket. The fawn was shivering, its eyes wide with terror. The doe stood nearby, legs trembling with exhaustion. Kai worked with careful, steady hands, their breath pluming in the air. They broke the brittle branches, not with brute force, but with patience, their pearlescent nailed fingers finding the weak points. They kicked steps into the icy bank, their movements sure. All the while they poured out a constant stream of soothing mental images, warm sunlight on fur, tender green shoots, safety. Slowly, the fawn's shivering eased. With one last heave, Kai cleared the path. The fawn stumbled free and nuzzled against its mother. In that moment of relief and profound connection, under the vault of the winter sky, the change blossomed fully. A soft, radiant light, the color of understanding of amber fireflies in summer dawn, welled up from within Kai. It didn't blaze, it glowed. It lit their skin from within, shimmering in their now confidently swishing hair, which moved with a new grace. Their ears, glowing steadily like two captured stars, heard not just the doe's profound gratitude, but the deep, sleeping dreams of the buried creatures below the snow, the patient song of the frozen seeds, the contented sigh of the earth itself resting. The very colors in the aurora dancing far above seemed to pulse in time with Kai's heartbeat, shifting through hues of self-acceptance. From the shy violet of beginnings to the courageous gold of action, finally settling into a steady, hopeful green, the color of growth and new chapters. The fox was there when Kai returned to the cottage clearing, sitting by the door as if keeping watch. It looked at Kai, its amber eyes holding a depth of pride and knowing. It sent one last image, not a cocoon, not a seed, not a closed shell. It was the image of a moth, newly emerged, wings damp and crumpled, perched on a branch as the first rays of the sun began to warm them. The wings were slowly, patiently unfolding, ready for their first flight, but in no rush. The journey of opening was itself a beautiful part of the journey. Spring returned to the valley, softer and brighter than ever before. Kai's garden, tended now with a heart fully open to the whispers of the soil and the sun, exploded in a riot of color and scent. Flowers bloomed in impossible shades, responding to Kai's moods, silvery blossoms for calm reflection, vibrant orange trumpets for days of joy. The animals no longer kept a distance. Rabbits slept in the sun near Kai's feet as they sketched. Birds brought them shiny trinkets and sang the daily news into their luminous ears. Kai's entire being now carried a gentle, permanent luminescence, a soft, moonlit glow on their skin, a confident, feather-light grace in their step, a tail of light that seemed to flicker with their emotions, swishing with contentment when they were at peace. One evening, as the fireflies rose once more in their familiar dance, Kai sat on the mossy step, not alone, but surrounded by a quiet congregation of the meadow's creatures. The old oak hummed its deep-rooted song. The brook chuckled its liquid laugh. Kai listened to it all, the symphony no longer overwhelming, but a beloved, familiar music they were now a part of. They looked down at their hands, which could soothe a frightened fawn and make a garden sing. They felt not an ending, but a beginning. The gentle metamorphosis was complete, yet it was also just the start. For a heart that has learned to listen, to grow, and to glow will always have new meadows to explore, new friends to meet, new quiet magics to discover. The shell had cracked, the seed had sprouted, the cocoon had fallen away. And there, in the cozy glow of a heart finally at home with itself, under a sky painted with the colors of acceptance, Kai and their friends watched the stars come out, ready together, for the hopeful, gentle dawning of tomorrow. Story 12. In the quiet, firelit hours when the world seems to hold its breath, there is a special kind of listening. It is the listening not with ears alone, but with the heart, with the soles of the feet upon the earth, with the memory that sleeps in one's bones. It is in such an hour, with the ancient light of flames dancing on the walls like remembered sunsets, that we hear the story of Linden and the quilt stitched with forgotten skies. Linden lived in a small stone house where the meadow met the whispering wood. His life was a gentle one, filled with the small, good tasks of tending a garden, mending fences, and watching the seasons turn. Yet often he felt a soft, persistent tug, like a thread woven into his chest, pulling him toward the old oak at the wood's edge, or toward the pattern of certain stars on clear winter nights. He felt, as he once told his grandmother, like a tree that had forgotten the taste of its own deepest roots. His grandmother, with hair like spun moonlight and hands that knew the language of soil and yarn, would simply smile and say, "The remembering comes when the heart is ready to hold it, dear one. Listen for the thread, follow the stitch." She was the keeper of the family's greatest treasure, the sky-seam quilt. It was not a blanket for beds, but a vast, glorious tapestry of fabric that covered an entire wall of the cozy sitting room. It was a map of the heavens and the earth in cloth, stitched by his great-great-grandmother, Elara, a woman said to have understood the conversations of owls and the journeys of geese. The quilt was a wonder of blues and indigos, grains and browns. Upon it, constellations were embroidered with silver thread, not in the shapes of heroes and beasts, but in the pathways of migratory creatures. The sweeping V of geese, the delicate scatter of sparrows, the lonely, determined line of an Arctic tern. Between the stars, the land was pieced together from fabrics of every texture, soft flannel for hills, smooth satin for lakes, rough burlap for fields, and velvet for the deep forest. And upon these lands were upliquid animals, a wise old badger under a fern, a family of foxes curled in a den, a stag standing watch on a ridge, each one stitched with such care they seemed to breathe. Linden had grown up tracing those stitches with his small fingers, hearing his grandmother's stories. "See this chickadee here on the hem," she would whisper, her voice like rustling leaves. Your great-great-grandmother could call them to her hand with a handful of sunflower seeds and a two-note song. She said they carried news from the roots of the world. And she would hum the notes, a high, clear Phoebe, followed by a softer ddd. The stories were Lyndon's lullabies. But when his grandmother passed, as peacefully as an autumn leaf settling to the ground, the stories seemed to seal themselves into the quilt's fabric, silent and waiting. The tug in Lyndon's chest grew stronger, a lonely, unanswered call. One evening, deep into a snowy winter, Lyndon sat before his own hearth, the fire's ancient light casting the quilt's shadow into a rippling, living landscape on the opposite wall. He felt a profound stillness, a readiness. He took down the heavy quilt, wrapped it around his shoulders like a cloak of memories, and sat again. The weight of it was comforting. As the fire crackled, he found his finger tracing a particular constellation, the goose's return, a zigzag of 3 bright stars. A deep drowsiness, not quite sleep, settled upon him. He drifted, and in that drifting he dreamed. But it was not a dream of sights alone. It was a dream of sound. He heard the distant, mournful cry of geese, the chuckle of a stream under ice, the dry rustle of oak leaves clinging to their branches. And then a voice, not with words, but with impressions that formed meaning in his mind. It was the voice of the quilt itself, or of the memory sewn into it. Look to the seam, the voice sighed, like wind through a keyhole, where the sky meets the forgotten field. In the dream, his own hand, guided by an unseen force, pointed to a corner of the quilt he had seldom noticed. There, where a swath of faded golden fabric, a field of ripe wheat, met a deep blue swatch, the twilight sky, the stitching was different. Instead of the neat, tiny stitches elsewhere, here they were larger, looser, almost hurried, and they formed not a pattern, but a kind of pathway that disappeared into the quilt's center. Lyndon awoke with a start, the fire low. The phrase from his dream echoed, where the sky meets the forgotten field. He went to the quilt, still draped around him, and found the spot. In the waking world, the loose stitches were barely visible, but when he ran his finger over them, he felt a slight ridge, a hidden thickness. With a careful touch, he found that the seam here was not 1, but 2 layers of fabric. A hidden pocket. Heart beating a quiet drum against his ribs, he slipped his fingers into the narrow opening. They brushed against something cool and smooth, a small, flat, oblong stone, dark as a riverbed and polished by time. And wrapped around it, a brittle piece of parchment tied with a faded blue ribbon. Gently, he unfolded the parchment. It was a page from a diary, the ink brown and delicate as a spider's web. The handwriting was flowing and firm, the hand of his great-great-grandmother, Elara. Today, it began, the silence is too loud. I have quarreled with my brother Thuron over the old woodland. He sees only timber. I see the stories in the bark, the families in the branches. He called my connection to the creatures a foolish fancy. The hurt sits in my chest like a cold stone. So I went to my solace, the listening pool. At the pool, where the water holds the sky upside down, I sat until the chickadee came. It sang its Phoebe, and I answered with my ddd. It spoke not in words, but in knowing. It showed me in the reflection of the water not my own face, but the faces of those who came before me, my mother who could find the sweetest berries, her father who could predict the snow by the thickness of squirrel nests. They were not stern but smiling, their eyes holding the green of the forest. And then I saw Thuron as a boy, leaving acorns for the jays, his laughter bright. The cold stone of my hurt softened. The chickadee dropped this stone at my feet, a worry stone from the pool's edge. It holds the memory of smooth water and letting go. I stitched this pocket tonight to hold this regret and its remedy. For our lineage is not in being the same, but in remembering we grew from the same soil. Our heritage is in the choosing, to listen, even when we disagree. To mend as I mend this quilt, stitch by gentle stitch. Lyndon read the words again and again by the flickering firelight. The cold stone in his hand grew warm. He understood now the tugging in his chest. It was not a call to a place, but to a practice, a way of being. The heirloom was not just the quilt, but the act of listening it represented. The ancestral guides were not ghosts, but the living wisdom passed down in stories, in stitches, in the very patterns of the land his family had loved. He began, that very winter, to follow the thread. He took up the small ritual mentioned in the diary. Each morning, as the dawn painted the sky the color of the quilt's finest blues, he would go to the frozen stream at the meadow's edge, his own listening pool. He would clear a patch of ice to see the dark water beneath, and he would wait. He would hum the chickadee's song his grandmother had taught him, fee bee, di dee dee. At first, only silence answered. But he persisted, the ritual a comforting repetition in the still, cold world. He would whisper the family phrase his grandmother always used when putting him to bed. Root and branch, stone and stream, we are all part of the same dream. Then one crisp morning, a tiny black-capped chickadee did indeed alight on the bare willow beside him. It cocked its head and sang. Not long after, an old badger, perhaps the descendant of the one on the quilt, ambled to the far bank for a drink, its silvered fur catching the light. Lyndon felt a peace deeper than silence. He started other rituals, guided by the quilt's stories. He planted a row of oak saplings along the disputed old woodland border, an act of faith for a future he would not see. He began baking the forest treats from his grandmother's old recipe book, simple biscuits made with nuts, dried berries, and a touch of honey, which he left on a flat stone for the creatures. He lit a small lantern on clear nights and placed it in his window, a steady star for any night-flying traveler, thinking of the tern's long journey on the quilt. The stories within stories began to unfold. The old owl that lived in the barn loft, whom Lyndon had always respected from afar, began to call more frequently when Lyndon was outdoors at dusk. One evening, as Lyndon repaired a fence, the owl glided down and settled on a post, its great eyes holding galaxies of knowledge. It did not speak in human words, but in the quiet exchange of presence, Lyndon felt a story pass between them, a story of patience, of watching over the land through generations, of the slow, sure turn of time. It was a tale told by the elder of the wood to the child of the stone house, a nested narrative in the great saga of the meadow. The greatest understanding came with the geese. One evening in early spring, he heard their triumphant cry. A great skein was returning, etching the very goose's return constellation from the quilt across the twilight sky. He stood in his garden, a feeling of profound connection swelling within him. He was not Elara. He could not call birds to his hand with a song. But he had planted trees that would one day shelter them. He had kept the water clean for them to drink. He had remembered their path in the stars. His heritage was alive in these choices. He realized then the full truth the quilt and the diary had been whispering. Heritage lives not in the bloodline alone, nor solely in the precious object tucked away. It lives in the repeated, kind actions. In the seed planted, the song hummed, the light in the window. It is a living stream, and he was a stone in its bed, shaping its flow for a moment before it moved on. That night he had one final dream. He stood with his grandmother by the listening pool, now unfrozen and sparkling. Reflected in it were not just their two faces, but many. His grandmother's mother, his great-great-grandmother Elara, and a young man who must have been Thuron, all smiling. No words were spoken, but the old regret between brother and sister was now just a ripple on the water's surface, smoothing into peace. They were all connected, root and branch, stone and stream. Lyndon awoke with a heart lighter than it had ever been. The tugging in his chest was gone, replaced by a warm, steady hum of belonging. He rose, and before beginning his day, he performed his morning ritual. At the stream, he hummed the chickadee's song. He whispered, root and branch, stone and stream, we are all part of the same dream. And from the wood, from the meadow, from the very air, the world seemed to whisper back. Years later, Lyndon, his own hair touched with silver, would sit by the fire with wide-eyed children, his own and others from the village drawn to the stories. He would wrap them in the sky-seam quilt, its stitches now reinforced in places by his own careful hand. He would point to the goose's return, the badger, the hidden pocket. And see here, he would say, his voice a soft, soothing rumble like distant thunder, this is where the sky meets the forgotten field. This is where we keep the memory that our choices are our truest inheritance. He would teach them the chickadee's song. He would show them how to bake the forest treats. He would give them acorns to plant. And as the fire's ancient light danced in their eyes, he would tell them the stories within stories, the nesting dolls of narrative, each one a stitch in the great, beautiful quilt of the world. And he would always end with the lullaby phrase, a soothing, hypnotic mantra that bound them all, past, present, and future, to the timeless, gentle magic of roots and remembrance. Root and branch, stone and stream, we are all part of the same dream. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanting afternoon light like tiny fairies. It was there, on a day when the rain tapped gentle fingers against the roof, that a young girl discovered the compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. This one had a case of tarnished silver, etched with patterns of waves and winding vines, and a needle that didn't point north at all, but trembled and shifted as if listening to a silent song. She found it tucked inside a forgotten trunk that smelled of cedar and old stories, wrapped in a velvet cloth the color of midnight. Whisper click. The lid opened. Tink tink. Her small finger tapped the glass face. The needle shivered, then spun twice before settling, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall where an old tapestry hung, woven with a forest scene. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nudged her forward. She followed the compass's direction, her footsteps soft on the floorboards, until she stood before the tapestry. The needle quivered violently. Reaching out, her fingers brushed the woven threads of an ancient oak tree, and the world softened and shifted and fell away. The rustle of silk threads became the rustle of real leaves. The scent of cedar trunk melted into the rich, damp perfume of earth and moss. She was no longer in the attic, but standing at the edge of a twilight wood, the compass warm in her hand. This was not a journey of miles, but of the heart, and her first challenge was the quiet, watchful fear that curled in her chest like a sleeping cat. A soft hoo broke the silence. On a low branch sat a plump, spectacled owl, his feathers the color of tea-stained paper. He blinked his great, golden eyes. "Lost your north, have you?" he asked, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in a book. I don't think it points to north at all," the girl replied, holding up the compass. The needle now pointed deep into the woods. "Are a true-heading compass," the owl said, preening a feather on his chest. "A rare thing indeed. It doesn't guide you to a place on a map, but to the place you most need to be inside yourself. A tricky journey. You'll need help. My name is Alistair. I know a thing or two about finding one's way in the dark." Further along the winding path, they came upon a badger, her fur striped gray and white, busily organizing a collection of smooth, round pebbles by a babbling brook. The water murmured and gurgled over the stones, a constant, soothing soundtrack. "HMPH, a bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" the badger said, not unkindly, her voice a low, practical rumble. She introduced herself as Tilly. "That flickering needle means you're seeking your courage. It's a shy thing, courage, doesn't like to be rushed." She patted the ground beside her. "Sit, listen to the brook for a moment. Rushing only stirs up the mud." So the girl sat, the compass in her lap, its needle still trembling toward the unknown. The purr-ar-rar-rar of a contented badger, and the gentle shh-h-h-h-h of the water began to calm the fluttery feeling in her stomach. Alistair the owl shared stories of constellations that were actually maps for lost dreams, until he explained how the strongest roots are often the ones that grow slowly, unseen in the dark earth. The lesson was in the patience itself. When the compass needle gave a particularly insistent ping, they set off again, the trio now a team. The woods grew denser, the light fading to a deep blue gloaming. Strange, whispering shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and the girl felt the fear begin to uncurl, wide awake and prickling now. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice small. "Of course you are," rumbled Tilly, walking steadfastly by her side. "That just means you're paying attention." "The dark is just the other side of the light," Alistair added softly from her other shoulder. "It holds its own kind of wisdom." Just then they reached a chasm, a great rift in the forest floor that was bridged only by the barest threads of silver spider silk, glistening in the emerging starlight. The compass needle pointed straight across. The girl's heart sank. It was impossible. The threads looked too delicate to hold a dandelion seed, let alone a girl, a badger, and an owl. This was the challenge. To cross not a physical gap, but the chasm of her own doubt. Tilly tried to engineer a solution, sniffing at the anchor points. "The tensile strength is remarkable, but the load-bearing capacity, Alistair attempted to fly across to find another way, but reported that the chasm seemed to go on forever in either direction. There was no way around, only across. The girl sat down, despair washing over her. She watched a tiny, blue-bellied spider carefully adding another thread to the magnificent, invisible bridge. The spider worked not with force, but with a gentle, persistent kindness to its own craft. It wasn't fighting the chasm, it was simply weaving a connection. An idea soft as a moth's wing brushed against her mind. It wasn't about being strong enough or brave enough to cross. It was about being gentle enough. "I don't think we cross it like a bridge," she said, her voice filled with dawning understanding. "I think we have to ask it to carry us." Alistair tilted his head. Tilly stopped her calculations. The girl approached the edge of the silvery web. She didn't step onto it. Instead, she knelt down and breathed a soft, warm breath onto the nearest threads. "Please," she whispered, her voice full of the kindness she had learned from her companions. "Will you help us cross?" The threads shimmered, absorbing her gentle request. Then they began to chime, a sound like 1,000 tiny, distant bells, each note clear and pure. The sound wove together, forming a solid, glowing pathway of music and light that arched gracefully over the darkness. It wasn't a test of strength, but an invitation extended through trust. One by one, they walked across. The musical bridge felt firm yet soft beneath their feet, humming a tranquil lullaby. The fear that had been clutching the girl's heart simply melted away, replaced by a warm, steady glow. On the other side, the woods opened into a small, perfect clearing. In the center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its leaves trailing like curtains of liquid silver. The compass needle settled, pointing directly at the tree, and fell still for the first time, with a final, soft click. Beneath the willow, nestled among its roots, was a small, familiar-looking trunk. It was the very same one from the attic. She opened it. Inside, instead of old linens and forgotten toys, was a soft, glowing light that felt like acceptance, and a small, polished stone that felt like courage. They were hers. They had been there all along. She had journeyed to the very center of her own hesitation and found what she needed. "You see," Alistair said, his eyes twinkling. "The compass always leads you home to yourself." Tilly gave a satisfied nod. "And you brought a bit of the forest's patience back with you. Good stock, that." With a final, grateful look at her friends, the girl reached out and touched the willow's trunk. The world softened once more. The rustle of leaves became the rustle of the tapestry. The scent of moss became the scent of cedar. She was back in the attic, the rain still tapping its gentle rhythm on the roof. The compass was in her hand, its needle now still and peaceful. She wasn't the same girl who had climbed the attic stairs. She was a girl who knew that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet voice that said please to a spider's web. She knew that the most extraordinary secrets were hidden not in distant lands, but in everyday places, waiting for a kind heart to discover them. Wrapping the compass back in its velvet cloth, she placed it carefully in the trunk and closed the lid with a soft thump. She descended the attic stairs, the cozy warmth of the house wrapping around her like a blanket. That night, as she lay in bed, she could have sworn she heard, drifting on the edge of sleep, the distant musical chime of silver threads and the contented, rumbling purr of a very clever badger, a lullaby of a journey measured not in miles, but in the quiet, unwavering growth of a brave and gentle heart. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelin had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelin's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones. Neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelin glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelin's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelin's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelin would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelin would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelin's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelin glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelin, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelin noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelin dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelin understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional Harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelin, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelin responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kalen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kalen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kalen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kalen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kalen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kalen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streaked past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kalen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kalen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kalen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kalen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kalen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kalen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kalen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Elara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kalen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Elara's gaze fell upon Kalen's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kalen looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Elara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kalen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Elara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Elara led Kalen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Elara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Elora plucked one and placed it in Kalen's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kalen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Elara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Elara a fear they had carried for years. A fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Elara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night, Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream, they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Elara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Elara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded. Flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Elara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Elara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. The village of Stillwater was nestled in a gentle valley, where time seemed to move just a little slower than anywhere else. At its heart stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with soft, resonant notes that drifted like feathers on the breeze. All around, the cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and every garden bloomed with flowers that changed color with the shifting light, soft lavender at dawn, butter yellow by midday, and dusky rose at twilight. It was a place where the air always smelled of rain-kissed earth and baking bread, and where wind chimes made from seashells and silver tinkled in the slightest gust. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. It started subtly, as most peculiar things do. The village baker, a kind woman named Cora, noticed one morning that the stars above Stillwater seemed fewer. Not gone entirely, but dimmer, as though someone had gently blown out a handful of celestial candles. Then the village children began to whisper about the clock tower, how its chimes, usually so reliable, now rang a half-beat too slow. And the flowers in Elara's garden, which normally shifted hues with the sun, now flickered unpredictably, as if they couldn't quite decide which color to wear. The village hummed with curiosity, not fear. Stillwater was not a place given to alarm. Its people were thoughtful and patient, inclined to ponder a mystery rather than panic over it. It was Finn, the quiet young stargazer who lived in the cottage beside the clock tower, who first decided to investigate. Finn was a boy with wide, observant eyes and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Each night he would climb onto his rooftop with a brass telescope his grandfather had left him, charting the constellations and tracing their slow dance across the heavens. He had noticed the missing stars before anyone else, and he felt their absence like a quiet ache. One evening, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves and cobblestones, Finn sat by his fireplace, a worn book of nursery rhymes open on his lap. His grandmother had sung them to him when he was small, and he found their rhythms soothing. One rhyme in particular drifted into his mind. When the silver chimes ring slow, and the stars forget to glow, seek the path where shadows flow, to find what only kindness knows. He wondered if the old verses held a clue. The next morning, Finn visited Cora the baker, who was pulling trays of cinnamon swirl buns from her oven. The warm, spicy scent filled the cozy shop. "Have you noticed anything else unusual?" Finn asked her. Cora wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron. "Well," she said thoughtfully, "yesterday my shadow fell in the wrong direction, just for a moment, as if the sun had changed its mind." Finn thanked her and wandered toward the village square, where the oldest maple tree stood, its branches hung with those delicate shell and silver wind chimes. He watched them sway in the breeze, their notes soft and slightly out of sync with the slow tolling of the clock tower. His next visit was to Elara, the gardener whose flowers were behaving so strangely. Her cottage was nearly buried in blossoms of every shade, and she stood brushing soil from her hands, her face puzzled. "They've never done this before," she told Finn. "One moment they're blue as a robin's egg, the next they blush scarlet, and all without the sun moving an inch." Finn nodded, his eyes taking in every detail. He noticed a small, enameled locket lying half-hidden between the roots of the lavender bush. When he picked it up, Elara's eyes widened. "Why, I haven't seen that in years. It was my mother's. I lost it the summer the old bridge washed away." That seemed important, though Finn wasn't sure why. He spent the next few days watching, listening, and mapping the odd occurrences in a leather-bound journal. He noted that the clock tower chimed slowest just after the rain, that the stars were dimmest when the wind came from the east, and that the flowers changed color most wildly near the old stone well in the square. One afternoon he met Liam, the clockmaker, who was adjusting the gears of the tower's great timepiece. Liam was a practical man, but even he was baffled. "It's as if time itself is hesitating," he said, scratching his head. That word, hesitating, stuck with Finn. He remembered another nursery rhyme, one his grandmother used to sing when he couldn't sleep. "Time may pause on gentle feet, when memories and sorrows meet. Look not in the sky so high, but where the silent teardrops lie." He wondered if the answer wasn't in the stars or the clock, but in something the village had forgotten. His search led him to the old bridge at the edge of Stillwater, the one that had washed away in a storm long ago. Only the stone foundations remained, draped in ivy and moss. As he stood there, the rain began again, soft and steady, and he heard a faint, musical weeping. There, sitting on the mossy stones, was a tiny creature no taller than his hand. She had wings like dragonfly silk and hair the color of moonlight, and she was crying silver tears that vanished as they touched the ground. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet so as not to startle her. "Hello," he said gently. The creature looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. "You can't see me." "I can," Finn said. "Why are you crying?" "I am a memory keeper," she explained. "I tend to the moments this village holds dear, but the bridge of this is where the oldest memories are stored. When it washed away, the memories began to fade, and when memories fade, time loses its rhythm. Stars dim, flowers forget their colors." Finn understood then. The missing stars, the slow chimes, the shifting flowers, they weren't a mystery to be solved by logic alone, but by empathy. The village had lost a piece of its heart when the bridge fell, and no one had rebuilt it. He sat with the memory keeper for a long while, listening as she spoke of laughter and conversations, of promises and farewells that had taken place on that bridge. Each memory was a thread in the tapestry of Stillwater's peace. The next day, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. He did not speak of magical creatures or silver tears. Instead, he reminded them of the old bridge and of all it had meant. "Perhaps," he said softly, "we've been looking too far upward for answers. Maybe what we need to restore is right here among us." And so, together, the people of Stillwater began to rebuild the bridge. They worked not with haste or worry, but with care and shared purpose. Cora brought warm pastries and spiced tea. Elara woven flowers into the railings. Liam helped design a clockwork mechanism that would ring a tiny bell whenever someone crossed, to remind them to pause and appreciate the moment. As the bridge took shape, stone by stone, the strange happenings began to ease. The stars brightened one by one. The clock tower's chimes steadied. The flowers returned to their gentle, predictable palette. On the day the bridge was completed, the whole village gathered to cross it together. And as they did, each person felt a warmth spread through them, a rekindling of forgotten joys, a gentle mending of something they hadn't known was broken. That evening, as fireflies began to blink above the meadows and the wind chimes sang in harmony with the clock tower, Finn stood on his rooftop, looking up at a sky now filled with familiar, glittering stars. He felt a soft brush against his cheek and heard a whisper on the breeze. "Thank you." The memory keeper was gone, but her presence lingered in the deeper peace that had settled over Stillwater. The villagers, now closer than ever, often walked the new bridge in the twilight, listening to the gentle bell and sharing stories of days gone by. And so, wrapped in the soft sounds of rain and chimes and kind voices, the village of Stillwater drifted into a serene and starlit night, its mysteries gently solved, its hearts comfortingly whole. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mister." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Elara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers, Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, where is she? Help us find her. The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. She's here. Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the window, a tapestry of stars is scattered across the velvet sky. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let us journey together to a place where magic is as soft as a whisper and as gentle as the glow of embers in the dark. Our story begins in a small, quiet house at the very edge of a great, slumbering forest. In this house lived a boy named Leo, whose heart was as quiet as the falling snow. He was a listener and a watcher, more comfortable with the rustle of pages in a book than the boisterous shouts of the village children. His greatest treasure was his grandmother's old, worn-out satchel made of soft, brown leather that smelled faintly of cinnamon and old wood smoke. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and deep blue, Leo was rummaging in the attic. He was searching for a missing button for his winter coat when his fingers brushed against something unexpected, tucked away in a dusty cedar chest. It was a single, long feather. It was not from any bird he knew. It was the color of a stormy twilight, a deep, shifting gray, but along its edge, a soft, warm light pulsed, as if a tiny, captured ember was sleeping within its very core. He held it in his palm. It was impossibly light, and it was warm. Not the heat of a fire, but the gentle, living warmth of a sun-warmed stone or a sleeping cat curled on a lap. As he watched, the ember light within it brightened, casting a soft, golden halo around his hand. A feeling, not a sound, seemed to drift from it, a feeling of gentle invitation. That night, Leo could not sleep. The feather lay on his bedside table, a small, pulsing beacon in the dark. He picked it up, and as he did, an idea, clear and certain, bloomed in his mind. It was not a voice, but a knowing. Follow. Wrapping himself in his warmest cloak and slipping the feather into his grandmother's satchel, where it glowed through the leather like a hidden lantern, Leo crept from the silent house and stepped into the moonlit forest. The world was utterly still. A silver moon, round and generous, hung in the sky, its light filtering through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines. The only sounds were the soft crunch of his boots on the frost-kissed path and the rustle of sleepy leaves. The feather in his satchel pulsed steadily, a quiet, rhythmic heartbeat guiding him forward. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until the path he knew ended at a great, moss-covered stone wall he had never seen before. Vines thick with sleeping buds draped over it, and in its center was an archway, so overgrown it was nearly invisible. The feather in his satchel glowed so brightly now that golden light spilled from its seams. Leo pushed aside the curtain of vines and stepped through. He caught his breath. He was in a hidden glen, a secret world nestled in the forest's deepest embrace. The air here was warmer, smelling of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine and sweet, ripening blackberries. A small, quiet lake lay at its heart, its surface a perfect mirror for the star-strewn sky. And all around him, things glowed. Clusters of mushrooms at the base of the trees pulsed with a soft, blue light. Tiny, winged insects drifted like living sparks above the water. The very moss under his feet seemed to be threaded with strands of silver luminescence. And it was here that he met his guide. From the shadows near the water's edge, a pair of eyes gleamed, reflecting the moonlight. A fox stepped forward. She was not red, but a silvery gray, the color of wood smoke and morning mist. Her fur looked as soft as thistledown, and her eyes held a deep, ancient kindness. She did not startle or run. Instead, she padded softly towards him, her footsteps making no sound, and sat, wrapping her magnificent brush of a tail around her paws. "You found the invitation," she said, her voice not a sound that traveled through the air, but a thought that settled directly into Leo's mind, calm and clear as water. It was a voice of rustling leaves and cracking embers. Leo, too surprised to be afraid, simply nodded. He opened his satchel and the feather's light bloomed, illuminating the fox's wise face. "I am Ash," the fox thought came. "And this is the Glimmerwood. It is a place for things that are quiet and gentle and true. The feather called to you because your heart is the same." "Why me?" Leo whispered aloud, his own voice seeming small in the vast, silent beauty of the glen. Ash tilted her head. "The Glimmerwood is fading, its light is dimming. It needs to be remembered. It needs a keeper of small wonders, someone who notices the light in a dewdrop, who hears the song the stars sing to the sleeping earth. The feather believed you were such a person." And so began Leo's true journey. Night after night, when the world was asleep, he would return to the Glimmerwood, his satchel holding the warm, glowing feather, and Ash would be waiting for him. Theirs was an unexpected friendship, a quiet bond that grew not with grand adventures, but with shared stillness. They did not speak often, but when they did, it was in thoughts that felt like understanding. Ash showed him the secret rhythms of the hidden world. She taught him how to listen to the soft, humming song of the glowing mushrooms, a melody that told the story of the forest's deep and dreaming roots. She showed him how the light of the star mirror lake could, if you gazed into it long enough, show you not your own reflection, but the memory of a kindness you had once given or received. Leo learned that the Glimmerwood's light was fed by such things, by small acts of courage, by gentle words, by the quiet, steadfast warmth of friendship. And he saw that it was, indeed, growing dimmer. The mushrooms pulsed more slowly. The star mirror lake's reflections grew faint and hazy. The world outside was forgetting how to be gentle, how to be still, and the Glimmerwood was fading with it. "What can I do?" Leo asked Ash one night as they sat by the lake. The silver light of her fur seemed less bright than he remembered. "You are already doing it," she thought to him. "You are remembering, you are noticing, you are caring. That is the first and most important kind of magic. But there is a gentle mystery here, one we must solve if the wood is to be saved." She led him to the oldest tree in the glen, a magnificent willow whose branches wept glowing, golden leaves that drifted slowly to the ground like falling sparks. At its base, nestled among its roots, was a small, still pool, darker than the rest of the lake. "This is the heart spring," Ash explained. "It is where the wood's first light was born. Its waters should swirl with all the colors of the dawn and the aurora. But look." Leo peered in. The water was dark and still, like a pool of obsidian. Only a faint silvery glimmer, like a forgotten memory, stirred in its depths. "The spring has fallen asleep," Ash's thought was heavy with sorrow. "It can only be reawakened by a light that is both given and received, a light that has traveled. We must find that light." And so their quiet journey became a quest. They traveled to the whispering caves, where crystals hummed with the echoes of ancient lullabies. They climbed the starlight mesa, where the wind carried fragments of forgotten dreams. They searched for this special, traveling light, but found only echoes and memories. One evening, feeling disheartened, Leo sat in his room at home. The feather on his table glowed with a feeble, flickering light. He thought of Ash, of her growing weariness, of the beautiful, fading glimmerwood. A great sadness settled over him, not for himself, but for the loss of all that gentle magic. A single warm tear escaped his eye and traced a path down his cheek. It fell, landing with a soft plink onto the glowing feather, and something miraculous happened. The tear did not extinguish the ember light. It was absorbed by it. The feather drank his sadness, and in return it blazed with a light more brilliant and pure than ever before, a light that was not just gold, but held the silvery sheen of his tear, a light that was both warm and comforting. It was a light of shared sorrow and unwavering friendship. He knew then. He knew what the traveling light was. It wasn't a thing to be found, but a thing to be created. It was the light of a kind heart, felt so deeply that it became a tangible thing, and then given freely to another. He ran to the forest, the feather a blazing torch in his hand, lighting his way. He burst into the glimmerwood. Ash was lying by the dark heart spring, her form barely visible in the dimness. The whole wood seemed to be holding its breath, on the edge of vanishing forever. "Ash," he called out, his voice full of a love and determination he had never felt before. He knelt by the heart spring, the feather held aloft. He didn't cast its light at the spring. Instead, he focused all his feelings, his gratitude for their friendship, his awe for the wood's beauty, his quiet courage in facing the fading light, his profound kindness for this world and its gentle guardian. He poured all of it into the feather's glow, and then, gently, he lowered the feather until its tip touched the dark water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single point of light, gold and silver intertwined, blossomed where the feather met the water. It spread slowly at first, then in a great, joyful rush, like ink blooming in clear water. Colors erupted from the depths, rose-pink, dawn orange, sky blue, and aurora green. The water began to swirl, alive and dancing, casting a brilliant, shifting tapestry of light across the entire glen. The light touched the weeping willow, and its leaves blazed with renewed gold. It touched the mushrooms, and they pulsed in a vibrant, blue rhythm. It touched the star mirror lake, and the reflections of 1,000 kind acts and happy memories shimmered on its surface, clearer and brighter than ever before. And it touched Ash. The silver fox stood, her fur now gleaming as if woven from moonlight and fresh snow. Her eyes shone with their old, deep wisdom, but now they also held a spark of profound joy. She patted to Leo and nuzzled his hand, her warmth seeping into his fingers. You understood. Her thought flowed into him, warm and clear as honey. The light that was needed was not just any light. It was your light, Leo. The light of your quiet heart, given freely. You have not just reawakened the glimmerwood, you have become a part of it forever. Leo looked around. The hidden world was not just restored, it was more vibrant, more real, more deeply magical than before. And he felt different too. The quiet boy was still there, but he was now also the keeper of small wonders, brave and kind, and connected to a great, gentle secret. He visited the Glimmerwood many times after that, his friendship with Ash a steady, warm constant in his life. But he also carried its magic with him into the waking world. He noticed the small wonders, the way the morning frost clung to a spiderweb, the sound of a friend's laughter, the comforting warmth of a cup of tea. He shared his quiet kindness more freely, and he understood that every small, good thing he did was like adding a tiny, glowing ember to the great, gentle fire of the world. And so, as the fire here beside us settles into a bed of warm, glowing coals, and your eyelids grow heavy, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest journeys are often the quiet ones we take within our own hearts. Remember that the most powerful magic is the simple, steady glow of kindness, given and received. And remember that there are hidden worlds of wonder all around us, waiting only for a quiet heart to notice them. So close your eyes now, my dear listener. Let the memory of the Glimmerwood's soft light and the warmth of an unexpected friendship cradle you. The night is deep and soft, and you are safe and loved. Let your dreams be gentle, and may you always carry a little of its magic within you, a small, warm ember glowing steadily in the dark, guiding you always toward kindness and rest. Sleep well.